Good morning, everyone. It's morning here. It's 5 a.m. I thought I've got a few hours before the end of my shift. I thought I'd come in and get some gaming done. And as the title of the stream implies, I'm going to try the Voyager again. Now, the last time I basically got all the way to the end and died just before completing it. And I had the session open and got some people to join. Well, one guy, Salt, he came to come and help me, but also died on the way to get me, and then another person, Omni, uh, came to help us out and revived us both, and then we continue with the prospect and finished as a trio, and we got some. We managed to mine the veins that are on the map as well, because I wouldn't have been able to, seeing as I started with a level 0 character, so I didn't have the exotics veins available to me. But when they joined, and because they have that unlocked, it spawned the veins, so we mined the stuff, and it was all good. But I want to try and do it all the way through alone. I mean, I came very close. I just dropped the ball at the end, so I just need to pay a little that extra little bit of attention, and it should be just fine. And at least this time around, I won't be wasting a bunch of time and resources on stone stuff, because that was a little bit of a time sink. I put time and effort and resources into making the stone buildables, not realizing that the stone takes damage on Voyager, because the storm damage is cranked up to 11, and it does damage to stone, which I wasn't aware of. So if I cut that out, then I should be able to cut like half a day off of the time that it takes to get it done, and I'll have more resources available to me. And I've been thinking of where else I could possibly build a base that would be useful, because you have to go into the into the southern Arctic as well, the southern glacier, as well as the Arctic, and I've just been giving it some thought as to where I could set up my base instead of where I did this time around. And seeing as I'm totally fine with running around, and where I set up my base is more or less a halfway point, more or less. It's maybe like it's a little out of the way of a halfway point, but still. But I'm not really sure where else I would put it if I were to put it somewhere else. I'm looking at the Icarus Intel map, because if we select, where are we? Voyager Recovery. It's the right one selected. Yeah, because we have to go here to get the modules from the ship, and then you bring them home to wherever your home is and repair them. And we also have to go over here to recover the cargo, which is protected by a polar bear. So we need to T4 it whatever happens to get a hunting rifle, so that's easier. And like a proper halfway point would probably be somewhere in here. Yeah, so you could access this Arctic and this Arctic relatively easily. And I built up here, so accessing this one was easy enough, but then for this one I had to come all the way down. And seeing as I'm not going to be doing the veins, because I'm going to delete the character, like this character that I just made, that I got up to level 49, I'm going to delete him so I can make another one, because I like these two. This one is my favourite character. The bow talents and everything I have on that is just right. This was the first one I ever made, and I'd like to hold on to him. So we're going to get rid of the one that I just made and start another one. I just have to kind of figure out where might want to set up shop. We're definitely gonna We're definitely going to make a push straight from the dropship into the forest, like we did before. Gather up basic things, possibly have a basic shelter in case there's storms in the desert. But we're going to push into the forest as soon as possible. The question just remains then: do I set up where I set up before, or do I maybe come down to the mouth of, let's say, like one of the mega caves? Because there's then accessing these other caves is quicker and easier, and then I can still hike to some of the higher level ones relatively easily. It's just then entering the Arctic, whichever one I go to, is still a little bit of a push. At least here I had the Arctic at my disposal, which is nice because then you can get an ice box going quickly and not have to worry about collecting ice because it's right there on your doorstep. So I don't know, because I heard some people set up like down this area, which might be interesting. We could set up like by right by this lake, and then we've got 5 large caves right near us, and then it's a sixth and a seventh one, not too far away. But if we want to go to a mega cave, then we've got quite a hike ahead of us. Yeah, and this would again place the 2 Arctic entrances pretty close, but then leveling isn't going to be as easy, because that was another good thing about this, that there's quite a high volume of bears in this area, and then you've also got access to the Arctic. Yeah, so you just go in, if you just go to these 2 caves, or maybe even make a push to this 3rd one, going in and doing going in, getting to this point, turning around and coming back, you should normally come across more than enough wolves to have a decent leveling session. So I'm kind of torn. I wanna pin that down before I start, because then that gives me my first objective as to what point to move to. I mean, this is really nice, and it wasn't particularly hard to get the resources I needed, but being in a place like this would make the resources part of things easier. And if I wanted to level, then I just need to go into the Arctic from this side a little bit more frequently. Yeah, I think we'll do that. We'll basically put our base down. We'll put our base down over here somewhere on the coast of that lake, and then we've got those 5, 6, 7 large caves in the direct vicinity. So we've got to aim for J14, and then we've got 2 Arctic biomes at our disposal. I might come to regret the decision, but that's what I'm going to go with now. So I've already been into the character select and taken everything out of his inventory. I think it automatically puts, like, if the character has items on them on their loadout, when you delete that character, those items get put back into your inventory. But just in case, I went in and took the items out and put them back in the inventory. So we say goodbye to him. Yeah, and then we make a new character. I like this dude. Blue eyes and not so sickly skin color, and then he is lucky number 7. Yeah. Lovely. I have unlocked everything, haven't I? Yeah, just wanted to Well, there is that, but big shot hardcore stockpile. Yeah, but I need to do the wet work hardcore. That's 6 hours. I don't know if I'd be able to do it the way I want to do it in 6 hours. I mean, I did it with a bow last time. That's not the problem. It's just I built up to stone. I'd have to do it with just wood and get it out of the way. But that's not what we're doing right now. This could be our next. This could be our next hardcore challenge. Like get this pumped out, and then go and do this one. The big shot hardcore. What is it? Hardcore stockpile. It's annoying that we can't see what's there. Because you have to make trophies for the big shot stockpile. Question is it just hardcore in the game setting that there's no respawns, or do they also increase the amount of things that you have to provide? But anyway.
The ACS have big plans for Icarus, and you're part of them.
Good.
Things haven't been running smoothly down there for them. They've been losing teams, equipment, and resources. So they're looking to outsource someone with a proven record, because this one's gonna get wild.
Let's get it on. It's a basic loadout. I mean, I've got the money and the exotics to buy the nano armor, but the whole point of the challenge is to do it with, well, as little as possible, because I mean these are little quality of life improvements, but they're not game changers. It helps you get things off the ground. Like the nano armor would be a pretty good game changer, because then I could just go straight into the Arctic and not really give a shit about anything from day one. Okay. Yep. And we're going to leave this open again, just in case, because if I do fail, then maybe we could, like, if I do fail right at the end again, then at least it's positive for someone else. Because the good thing about it last time. Oh wait.
Tool. There's a lot riding on this one, and they know it. They sent the objectives through already, so get to the zone as soon as you can. And hope you got better luck than their last crew.
Yeah, the good thing about leaving it open is if I only die at the end, because if I die somewhere in between, I'll just quit and start again. But if I die somewhere around the end, it's a waste to not have the opportunity for someone to come, because then it benefits them as well. I've basically got the objectives done, and all we have then they spawn in, because they'll get the exotics veins generated. And then at least it's a little plus. And that's the only reason I went ahead with calling someone else in, because it would have been a waste of 2 days of work At least this way there was some benefit from it, and other people got to benefit as well. It was an easy Voyager completion. I'll mine this stone up till at least I've got a stack of stone. That way this is out of the way. Yeah. No coconuts. How many fucking arrows is it going to take to kill you, motherfucker? I was surprised when that cougar went down from one arrow. It was just a stone arrow. Oh yeah. We actually have to unlock those things. And we can only get wood from level 5. Okay. Well, we're going to need that anyway. It's a bit of a bummer. Don't want to get rid of anything. How much do I need to drop? That's enough. So if we kill anything, we still need some weight capacity to... We still need some weight capacity to pick up more meat and bones and fur. We'll just head south. Yeah, I need sticks as well, don't I? just put the map where I can see it. There we go. Just in case I have to duck in somewhere. I don't want to have to just mine into a rock. Wouldn't mind knowing where a cave is. Weight capacity. And then the next two. Oh, we have to level that up, don't we? Yeah, okay. Never mind. Let's nip over here quickly. Let's get some more of this stuff. Want some more sticks. There we go. Very much. Okay. It's just annoying at times like this, then you don't get that many arrows back. We'll get, yeah, we didn't get any at all. I got the one that I pulled from him while it was still visible, but you lose the rest, which is a bit annoying. Do you want to fuck off, mate? There we go, now he's swimming. Fucking cunt. It's gonna be another one of those, is it? Well, at least we're at 5. That's useful. What are you doing here, mate? Well, that should get us to 6 once we've skinned everything. There's so much around us. I need to get some of those talent points assigned. I just want to skin everything. Our very first attempt was similar to this in that we had a shitload of animals attacking us from the get-go. Okay, now we can make sticks, so that's not going to be a problem. We just need to unlock it. Like so. While we're here, we'll put together enough for a little 1x2. Oh, do I have enough to get the sickle, don't I? Yes, indeed. We'll make ourselves a sickle, and then we aren't wasting the bushes anymore. You could use this level totally as like a little bit of a how-to environment. To do like a playthrough for a video. It's not that hard. Okay, we've got floor and ceiling. What was it we were going to make? We're going to make the walls. We want a door. We want a bedroll. We want some more bandages. We might as well make suture kits while we're at it. Yeah, and we'll put the meds where we normally put meds. And we want this stuff down here so we can fortnight a base when necessary. Might as well keep it moving. I'm going to get rid of those. And that. Now we'll make some of those. You run up on the animal before it stops twitching and the arrows disappear. You can pull out more of them, but you've got to really get there quickly. I'm overcompensating again. I'm leading too much. There we go. Fucking at last. If we go and get these, then we should be able to get the majority of them. You can say goodnight as well. Are you coming to eat my cougar? You are, aren't you? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hyena. This is necromonger rules. You keep what you kill. And that was my kill. Okay, now we've got the sticks out of the way, we can start concentrating on other things. We'll put some onto... We want to go down that way, really. There we go. We're going to have to put down somewhere soon, because I'm going to need some food. I'll stop and look this way. I need to see your head. There we go. Oh, that needs repairing. We haven't really made much distance, have we? No. Spent a lot of time gathering things and killing things. We need to pay a little bit more attention to just getting moving. That was rather interesting. That even in this hardcore, that would normally be a one-shot kill for a cougar. Critical headshot with a bow and arrow. It should have gone down. Keep it moving. If we can't make it into the actual cave to cross over, oh, to we can make some room. There we go. If we can't make it to the cave to cross over, I at least want to get as close as possible. Before bedding down for a night, but we should be able to make it pretty easy. I'm gonna have to stop to get some food soon. And I've got a ton of meat on me, I just need to sit down so I can cook something. There we go, 3 nice stacks of fibre. There we go, 3rd time lucky. Oh, we should be coming up on the point where we're going to throw a right and start heading west. Yeah, N6. We're getting there. Just at that turning point in the river. We turn right, head west. And then just carry on following the river all the way down. Then hang a left when we get to the cave entrance. keep an eye out for a good overhang. Like this one. If we're going to set up anywhere, then we just want to chuck it here. I don't really need to put the building down, but I might as well. It'll keep me safe from predators. Yeah, and get rid of that to make more room. Let's organise shit a little, shall we, so we know what's what. Could do with some more oxide and some more wood. No coconut again. No coconut again. A little disappointing. Ah, fuck it. I've got enough oxide to last the storm. Is there any here? There's some here anyway. We might as well put this down as well, I guess. Seeing as we're probably going to have to sleep here. don't bother repairing stuff while the storm's going on. Because in the vast majority of cases, the storm isn't going to completely destroy any single piece of your buildables. And you just repair it once at the end. And that's less durability that goes off of your hammer, less stamina that you need to use. There's nothing inside that's going to get damaged anyway. I mean, that's not going to get damaged, and from what I can tell, because of where we placed the base, the front piece is the only. That's why I looked for an overhang like that. If it was even more secluded, then we wouldn't even have to repair it. Now, the only thing we're going to need to repair is that one bit. If we're lucky. Let's have a look at. Yeah, nothing else. More oxide, shall we? That'll do. Well, we'll top off the other stack. Get 150, so we've got a stack in our... Oh, we're overweight. Okay, never mind. So we've still got stuff to pick up in the house. I'm going to have to get rid of even more. Oh, we'll sleep it off here for sure. They were already going to be overweight just from picking up the campfire with all the extra stuff that we collected in the meantime. Gonna have to get rid of something. We don't really need the stone. If we've got a campfire. Because we're not using it for arrows anymore. Oh, we can sleep. Good. Oh, the door. Go. Now we just keep moving west. We're going to pass through a bit of a canyon. And then after the canyon, we just hang a left as soon as we were able. We can go topside, but then we're going to come across more. We're more likely to come across more predators. And this way. Just a second. What was I saying? Sorry, I just got distracted. I had a work email come in. Yeah, I was gonna keep it in the little valley where the river flows, because then even if we do get attacked by predators, we've got more opportunities for defense, like making them swim. Like, why aren't we one-hitting these guys? Especially now that we've got the added damage on the bows. It's a little odd. I know it's just a normal bow, but it's bow and arrows and they're headshots. Let's max out what we can carry. There we go, 800. Because even if we do come across a large number of predators, we can just jump in the river. Up above, you're a lot more open. And if we had another flash storm come along, being in this valley is going to give you more cover, and the shelter you're going to have to repair isn't going to take as much damage. Once we go through this valley, it'll open up further down there. We just hang a left and go straight to the tunnel, and we're in the forest at last. Why did we have our frames disappear? Is it loading in? It's probably loading the areas of the map as we start to come up onto them. You'd feel things get jittery. Well, you might not necessarily notice it on the stream. I don't know what that's like, but for me there's definitely a noticeable frame drop. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, and it's leveled off again now. Our frames are back. It must be when we're coming up on new areas of the map and it's loading things up. It's the only thing I can imagine. But the fact that the performance of that has decreased over time is a little worrying. Like what? Because we never used to experience it as strongly before. I can only imagine that the lag spikes that we get from time to time are related to something similar. Giving the cable once over. There was 0 gold in it. A couple of aluminium nodes. What have we got here? Ah, this is just starting up. Great. Well, what do we need for the... What do we need for that? Yeast and silica. Neither of which we have space for in our inventory. colliding? Oh, had the wrong thing selected. Well, I didn't think we'd get lucky with yeast. It was worth a try. But we managed to pick up dysentery. Haven't had that in a long time. We need lilies for that one, don't we? Reed flower. Any yeast? No yeast here. Okay, we'll go back in. There is gold though. Missed that on our way through. So where are we going again? J14. Okay. It's quite a long trek. Well, storm's over. We could pick up and move along. Should probably be a good idea to get the fuck out of Dodge before we get pneumonia. Guess we can get more wood whenever we need it, can't we? Well, it sticks too. I'm so much of a hoarder. 10. What the fuck are you doing all the way up here? Berries. I will put a marker down now though, so we know where we're going. We're making quite the journey. We want to go to more or less the middle of J14. Come on. I'll wait this out. The map needs to fully load. Are you done? Let's hope you're done. Okay. Heard a wolf. See him. Oh, we've got 2 talent points. Let's sink that into the bows. Let's get that as high as possible, as quickly as possible, so we can do all the more damage. The next few I'm going to put onto some more health and stamina. Now this area is peaceful. I like going out hunting for bears, so this is probably going to be a little boring. I'm going to spend a lot more time nipping into the Arctic area to go and hunt wolves at this rate. And we haven't come across anything aggressive to shoot in ages. It just makes it a bit boring. It's a safer bet for a challenge in this kind of situation. Yeah, 'cause you've got less things that are potentially going to kill you. But if you do enjoy taking things on, I had no idea you could kite polar bears properly when Salt joined, and he actually started kiting a polar bear. I was surprised. I thought that they were too fast in general, let alone in hardcore, to be able to kite them like you kite bears. The normal bears. Yeah, and Mr. Map is a little slow today. Oh, we're nearly there. That's nice. We'll wait for this to load up. Come on, Map. Wake up. There we go. There are bears here in small pockets. They're just low level. At least in the other area, they're slightly higher level. I guess we're just going to have to start indiscriminately killing everything if we want to gather XP. Another wolf to our right. Fucking annoying when that happens. Where are we? Okay, we're there. I'm going to have a look at the area to the west of where I put the marker. Because this area, like if we go down there in that little U, that's where the two caves are that are opposite one another. But there's a cave up in those cliffs just above the lake that I want to check out. Like what the lay of the land is like there. Because I'm gonna be in wood until I reach concrete. I want it to be as secluded as possible, and I'd rather have to put up with pneumonia for the possibility of pneumonia, should I say, for that short period of time that I spend in the base. Oh, it's to the south, not to the west. Okay. I thought it was to the... Oh, it is to the west. I just wasn't in line with it yet. Okay. So if we can set up in the mouth of that cave, I'd rather have to put up with the possibility of pneumonia while I'm in the base and have to repair as little as possible until we get into concrete. Where does the cave effect starts right here. Okay, then we're gonna build right in the mouth of that cave. I don't really care about the cave effect in this kind of situation. I'd rather just have to deal with pneumonia more regularly and have a more... Yeah, that's not a good thing though. Oh shit. That's definitely not a good thing. Okay. Is he gonna spawn here? No. Okay, good. Why do I only have... Oh, I have 6. Okay, I thought... I looked at my walls and I was like, why do I only have 5? But I have 6. 2, 6. I need 2 more. Thought as much. Do you want to disappear, please, rubble? Hurry up. Thank you. Okay. Need a bit of stone. Need another door. Let's clean up out here first, shall we? Oh, that was spoiled meat. That's about the only tree big enough to possibly fall on the house. Let's get rid of it. We're going to need more wood anyway. That was a little disconcerting. I heard the sound of a pick, like a pick hitting. Did you hear it? Was there an echo or something? I heard the pick strike in the distance again. Yeah, basically if we're standing like this we won't take the effect. Okay, so we want one of them, we want one of them. Oh, what are we missing? Wood. Okay. We fill that up? No, we didn't. There we go. We'll chuck that in there. Chuck that in there. Put the rest of the wood in. We have to go and chop more anyway. Need a fire whacker. We didn't unlock that yet, did we? We have to wait until we level up. get into that cave and start mining up some iron so we can get an anvil and iron pick going soon. The MXC isn't going to last much longer. I don't want to have to use a stone pick. Okay. Yeah, we need more stone, don't we? Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I don't want to do that. We'll get the water container later. It's a little annoying, but it is what it is. We'll make some rope. Well, someone's taking damage out there. Okay. Get ourselves a backpack. Oh, I can't make the army yet, can I? So I might as well carry on with the rope. It's good XP. There we go. What did I wanted the fire whacker, didn't I? I don't usually use it, but I guess we're going to have the possibility of needing it, so might as well. What else do we want here? We want that. There's nothing else that we can get down there anyway because of the level requirements. Might as well get that, and then we can turn our bone into epoxy. And then a talent point, we'll put this into some stamina this time, I think. So we're going to want to go down to get polar bear armor again. I really like the polar bear armor. Get a little bit more stamina. Do we have any sulfur nearby? Would be nice. We'll grab a little bit of this silica so we can make a mortar and pestle at least. Stone again. This is taking damage, isn't it? It's not just the sound, yeah. What if I'm lucky because it's sheltered? The front two, well, it's relatively sheltered. It's not as far back as I would have liked it, but if we're lucky, then it should only be the first two pieces that are taking damage, and the rest will be fine. That's why it's good to make sure you choose where you put your base wisely. If you just build out in the middle of nowhere, basically everything is going to be taking every side, including the roof, is going to be taking damage. If you place it well and it's up against a wall or in a corner or in the mouth of a cave, and if it's secluded, then you can get away with things like this. You see, nothing else has taken any damage yet. It's just the front-facing buildable panels. We're gonna have plenty of wood to chop down. I'm gonna go for my Red Bull. It's 6:30 in the morning and I only work until 8. And then normally I go to bed. It's just yesterday I wasn't able to sleep when I finished my shift. I went to bed and I was just lying there for like 3 hours, hoping that I was gonna get tired. And I tried just playing some stupid little mobile game and looking through Instagram, hoping that that bright screen in the dark room would make me feel tired sooner or later, but it didn't. So I just got up and watched a bunch of 8 out of 10 cats and other random stuff on YouTube and some HBO. I watched the Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'd watched the Justice League and I watched that other cut. I can't remember what that one's called, where it's in black and white. And I thought that was the Zack Snyder's one. I thought I'd watched it. I was like, I can't remember what led me to it. I was like, oh, let's give it a rewatch, thinking I had seen it. Oh, I know. I was watching like a recap about the Zack Snyder's cut, where, well, not really a recap, but more like a more in-depth look at how it came about and information about the production and everything. And I was like, oh, I'll give it a rewatch, thinking I'd already seen it, and I watched it and I was just absolutely fucking blown. I realized I hadn't seen that cut yet, and I was just absolutely blown away. That massively changes the movie and actually turns it from a silly little popcorn comic book movie into an actual fucking proper comic book movie that's proper fucking true to a lot of what's in the comic books. The ending with the Joker and I can't remember what his name is, but basically the DC version of Deadshot. Him and Mira, and she was going on about what he did to Arthur. So obviously, Aquaman gets killed in that timeline, and then the Flash is the Flash that we saw in the other Batman movie in that temporal anomaly that tells him that Lois is the key, and we finally see that version of the Flash. But then what happens? What's up with the other Barry Allen? It's all weird. Yeah, and apparently he had plans for like at least 2 other movies to properly button up all of that storyline. It intrigues me to no end that those movies really need to fucking get made, and it's just a testament to, unfortunately, how much fucking Hollywood gets in the way of decent fucking shit getting made. Yeah, there are certain. I was thinking about this after having watched it. Yeah, and I know filmmakers having certain restrictions put on them, money-wise, and in other regards as well, is sometimes ends up being a positive on the film, because they have to go about things in a different way, and they get something amazing. They pull off something amazing either way, but like messaging-wise. And what they want the story to be, I think certain levels of production just need to get the fuck out of the way and let people like Zack Snyder and Ridley. I mean, can you imagine what Ridley would have been able to do with the rest of the Alien franchise if he'd been let loose on it the way that he wanted? And didn't have some of the restrictions and script changes and story changes put in place that he did. Yeah, there are just certain filmmakers that have long since put enough down on the table where if they're involved in something, the studio should just say, Mr. Snyder, how much money would you like? Oh, that much. Here you are. Thank you very much. And leave him the fuck alone. And much the same with people like Ridley Scott and Guillermo del Toro. Yeah, they put down more than enough on the fucking table to be trusted. Just let them go off and make you an amazing fucking movie. Yeah? Look at all of the legendary movies we have from the 80s and 90s before studios started to get massively involved in that kind of fucking part of the system, where producers and executive producers weren't putting their fucking foot in where it's not fucking needed. You have a lot of the fucking best sci-fi and action movies that have ever been made were made in that time where people just got out of the fucking way of the director and let them do what the fuck they wanted. Have they not learned over the years that there are certain situations where you just let the dude get on with what he wants to do? I can only imagine what that movie would have been like if he'd had more of his way from earlier on. Yeah, it's done damage to my building. Why are there 3 of them like right straight in the fucking mouth of the cave? I don't remember ever having this many of them this close. We need to get the iron first for sure. Jesus Christ, where the fuck do you guys come from? Well, at least there's a decent amount of gold. There's two gold nodes. Where are you? Oh, you're just round the corner. We'll let him kill himself. Oh, there he is. I thought we were going to crash there for a minute. Ah! The fuck did I get stuck on? I jumped out of the way. Or at least I jumped to the right, but nothing really seemed to happen. It was more like I ended up jumping in place. Okay. I fucking hate some of these invisible boxes. Okay, let's get started cleaning the place out. Let's copper. Yeah. Let's get the iron first so we can get an anvil made. And then we can get ourselves an iron pick. Because this MXC is going to break any moment. That's another one that needs to be concluded. The last part of the Alien prequel trilogy, because that was supposed to be a three-parter, and we've had Prometheus and Covenant, but we still haven't had the third one yet. I like Prometheus. It was interesting. But again, because of some of the changes that they imposed on the story that didn't exactly go the right way, and they realised their mistake to a certain degree and got not completely out of his way, but you know they gave him a little more freedom and didn't make so many significant changes in Covenant, and that was all the better for it. Like I prefer, if I have to pick a favourite out of Prometheus and Covenant, then I'd probably say Covenant. I'm just interested to see what the fuck they'll do with. Oh, I don't have enough stone, do I? So I'm gonna have to make a stone pick to get stone anyway. Oh, well, I made a furnace. Oh, okay, good. I thought that was what I was talking about. I thought I still needed to make a furnace, but I have it. Oh, thankfully. There we go. We can make a pick. But if you really wanted to read into it as to why, or not why, but where the storyline for the androids being, well, David being the one that basically engineered the xenomorphs to be where they are. If you look at Aliens, when the Alien Queen picks up Bishop and then looks at him at first, you know, with some intrigue, and then rips him apart, you can kind of take that as a little bit of a nod to the fact that there's some, you know, genetic hard coding to them for them to recognize androids, and then you could say like the Alien Queen was like, you know, is this Daddy? And then when realizing, or you know, possibly some other instinct overtaking, was like, no, and then just tears him to shreds. But that could be like a, I don't know, it's kind of pushing it. But when you look at it in that way, it could kind of be a nod. To him sowing the seeds for that already back then. What time is it? Well, let's go and chop some wood, shall we? That's more XP, and we need it anyway. And at least we passed the time while we're waiting for iron to get done. And I guess we could just sickle a bunch of this stuff in front of us for a ton of fibre and spam rope on the crafting bench for XP until we have larger amounts of leather to turn into rope on the textiles bench. We really need the alternative sources of XP generation without the large numbers of predators in the area to kill. It's slower, but it's still something. We're getting the XP for gathering it, and then we're getting the XP for crafting the rope. Bits of wood just yeeted themselves into the void through the world. I'm going to start indiscriminately killing everything. I need the XP and I can use the meat. It's way less XP than if we were killing more predators, but still it's something. Yeah, because we need to get to level 25 as quickly as possible, so we're not wasting time. I mean, I could be doing the old craft bandages, destroy bandages, craft bandages, destroy bandages thing with the vast amounts of fibre that I'm getting, but that just feels a little too stats paddy. That's like a little too cheaty grindy to me. Spamming the creation of things like rope, yeah. Seeing as I don't actually destroy it for the fibre and then turn it into rope again or turn it into bandages, and I actually have a use for the rope, it seems a little less cheaty grindy to me. Because we are gonna need rope for the armors. We're gonna need rope for the interior things that we make, and there's a couple of. I think we need rope for one of the benches. At least we're actually making something that we're gonna put to use at some point anyway. It's not necessarily just that we're crafting something for the sake of crafting to get the XP. We are to some degree, but not in such a large, strong degree as if we were just spamming shit for the sake of it. How are we doing on that? Okay, we've got that finished. We'll cancel that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a stone pick. Whatever happens. Well, how much stone do we need for the anvil? Maybe I can just collect that much. 10. Okay, so we need 6 more stone. I'd rather do that than have to make a stone pick as well. Go. Now we can make the anvil, make the pick, and then get on with it. Oh, we didn't unlock that shit yet. Oh. Then I'm gonna have to go off and do some more hunting and gathering. Whatever happens. Yeah, and we need sulfur, we need oxide. Yeah, and of course there's absolutely fuck all to kill when we need to kill something. Let's go down to the banks of the river. At least we can check out to see if maybe there's fish in this lake. I wasn't looking for that earlier. Wasn't paying attention. Who are you? Well, I don't see any fish, so that's not going to help me XP wise. Onyx. That's right, shoot every single arrow right above his fucking head. Fucking idiot. We're only visible because of the rabbit. The other thing hasn't seen me yet, I heard. There's a chamois. Miss. Bollocks. I need to make a longbow. I'll be back. That deer should get us there. Killing it and skinning it. Should be on its way back soon. Oh, let's go home. We're not finding this deer. Don't want to get stuck in this storm. And we're going to need an axe as well soon, and a knife. What the fuck was I looking at? I have no idea what I was looking at when I released that first one. Okay, now we can unlock those. And we'll get a little bit more base health this time around. Now we can actually make the things that we wanted, like the pick. An axe. And a knife. There we go. Oh, we'll make the longbow, which I haven't unlocked yet. I keep forgetting to unlock things. But we don't need it right now anyway, so we're just fine. We've got to pay attention to that next time. But while we're waiting for the storm to pass, we might as well go back and do some more mining. We don't have any fiber on us. Now we do. We'll leave that gold there. I don't want to waste it like I did the previous one. We don't need it yet anyway. Yeah, there's 2 more. Let's go out. Not tempt fate with the pneumonia. Repair the house and chuck what we have in here. Gold can go there for now. Hammer? I want to hit it with a hammer. Oh, you see nothing else has taken damage again. It's just those 2 front panels because we placed the place well. Okay, now we'll get some stone so we can get those other things out of the way. I think after this, I finally reached that point where if I want to keep up my motivation with the game and practice and just have general fun, I've come to the point where I'm going to start a more serious outpost and get into the building aspect of things. Yeah, because I should most definitely be able to do this before the weekend rolls around. Yeah, and even if I don't, let's say I only finish this on Friday, and then the new update drops with whatever. Oh, bollocks. Oxygen. We've got a dissolver, we just need sulfur. You idiot. Don't see sulfur anywhere. Ah, sulfur at last, okay. Grab this oxide and then we'll get the sulfur and we can fill up our tank at last. I'll wait with the unlocks because I seem to remember there was something I'd forgotten to unlock that I needed. I was thinking about bread because I unlocked flour. I unlocked flour, but I didn't unlock the herbalism bench or bread. If I unlock the herbalism bench, then I'd also want to get the antibiotic. Is that its head? There's its head. Couldn't fucking see it. Ah. Never mind. Longbow will help us with that. one of them. We want one of them. I'll just chuck the excess in there. I was gonna make a window. Change this wall to a window. And we don't even have to go outside to refill our canteen. Okay. Let's give this a little bit more thought this time, shall we? Got nothing on tier 1 that we really want or need right now. Our needs here are covered in the beginning. Don't want any of that. Longbow, for sure. Then we'll get the bench and the tonic. So then we can keep ourselves out of pneumonia. And then the next one will be flatbread. Because we're not really going to be making very many treks away from home that long bread would be warranted. Or flatbread would be warranted. Max the stamina. Go now, that's taken care of, and we don't have to worry about that anymore. It's back to mining. We go. Oh, well, let's get some yeast first, and actually make the herbalism bench and make some tonic, so we don't have to fuck around with pneumonia if we do happen to get it. Go. Any more? I can hear a wolf, but I heard panting coming from there and there. There he is. Oh, fuck off. You've got to be fucking shitting me. He probably just shot above him with every single one of them. go. Or we can get the longbow made when we get home. Could have made that before I came out, couldn't I? Well, I'll get this while I'm here. That's good XP, and at least we've got flour at the ready for when we're able to make bread. Any more yeast? Now we can actually see something in the daytime. This is my kill, Mr. Wolf. Get your own. Get your own breakfast. Where are you? Excuse me. That crept up on me. No more yeast. Do you want to stop doing that, mate? It's fucking annoying. We've only killed 10 wolves so far. Okay, now we can get some more things out of the way. Herbalism bench, tonic. Flour. do we need? Epoxy. Okay. That's good that we just leveled up, because then we'll unlock that epoxy, and then we can already start to put that to use. That way round, and then we can max out that on leather as well. Yeah, and this way we're not lacking. You could say, well, why are you making all this stuff now when you're not going to use it? I'm going to use this shit, and then by the time we actually get to that point, we've already got a stockpile enough, big enough that we can just keep moving. Making a tree sap now is good XP to get to that point quicker, and then I have it ready when I have the cement mixer to make the cement. The epoxy you can make in massive amounts, depending on how far you're going to go in T4. You're going to need it for electronics, and you're going to need it for other things down the line anyway. So it's all going to get used. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, we don't need that many. We'll just make 5 for now. I need some more oxide. Let's grab that. Do we have sticks in here? We do indeed. Oh, we don't need those bones there, do we? Oh, idiot. Before I run out of bones completely, I forgot to make the fucking longbow again. There we go. Where are we? We've got another talent point. Let's have a look. Yep, let's max the health out. We're going to start putting more on that. This also seems like a good tree, but then we wouldn't be able to concentrate so much on the combat, on the bows and the guns. I think I'd rather just be more careful about how I run and jump than sacrifice the good bow talents. Well, let's get back to this, shall we? This can probably get... Oh, we didn't even turn it on. Silly Billy. You motherfucker. Let's eat our way back to health, shall we? course we lagged just at the right time where we were about to get the bow out and shoot at him. Of course that's when it fucking happens. When else? Oh. Email I need to respond to. Okay, just... Thanks noted. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to use the tonic. Because the cave effect, the cold and the pneumonia all together reduce your stamina to the point where you can't do anything really other than walk. You can't even jump. Stay. That's coal, which we could use. There's iron. That's what we want. Thought as much. Stay. Anything else outside of the higher tiered stuff we can't get right now? There's the coal, a little bit further that way. That's platinum. Gold I want to leave there until we get a better pick. There's some more iron. Stay. Sake. platinum. Hopefully those 2 platinum nodes will yield us enough to get a platinum pick. We're still going to have to make a steel. There's more titanium. There's the coal. Let's get some of that coal. Did I just click reply or did I click reply all? Reply all, okay. Another half an hour on my shift and then I'm free. I don't think I'm gonna even bother wasting the points to tech into the stone. I'll just go straight for the carpentry bench for the interior stuff I'll need in the concrete house. Anything else? Oh, there we go. And then 2 talent points. Where are we going to put you? Combat or survival? We're going to have to get that so we can carry on going down this way. Whatever happens. It's unfortunate that I'd have to take one of these 2 to get this, because that seems nice. And neither of those 2 really interest me. With a decent knife we'll be able to get good amounts of bone anyway. Put it into the combat. Yeah, I think I'll hold on to this. We're only 5 levels away from getting the machining bench, at which point we'll be able to make the cement mixer, and I can have this. Then I can have the cement furnace, and I'll turn that iron into steel. So I'll finish up what I can in this cave by getting the coal that was left there. Oh, there's some coal here as well. Oh, now pick is going to break any... Well, let's break the pick, shall we? Let's get every last little drop of durability out of it that we can. There we go. It uses the same amount of materials to repair it, whether it's broken or not anyway. Nothing else in here, is there? Oh, there's some more iron up there. We nearly missed you. Oh, more coal. Stay. Okay, everything else is either gold or higher tier material, which I can't pick at the moment anyway. There we go. Okay, so it's basically leveling up now. Leveling up so we can get to tier 3, get the machining bench unlocked and get our way to concrete. So we need, it's 25 for the actual concrete buildables though, isn't it? Yeah. Let's push into the Arctic. At least there we can do a lot of XP gathering. Which way am I going? That way. Oh, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, then we'll gather what we can in the area XP wise. Rock, silica, kill things. Then we'll sleep and we'll go to the Arctic in the morning. One thing I could have spent a couple more points on is getting the fur armor already. That would be nice to have before pushing into the Arctic, then I won't freeze my arse off. The fact that I wasn't crouched and it wasn't a stealth critical made that much difference. That was a full-on headshot with a longbow. Jumping around too much, I'm going to shoot like 5 arrows before I even get close to hitting it in the head. I knew there was a fucking wolf somewhere. I could hear his fucking panting. When I looked over here and saw the rabbit, I was like, oh, I must have just been hearing things. But there was a wolf there. Another lag spike. Where have you gone? Oh yeah, of course. Starts moving just when I fucking release. Not this time, friend. I needed this kill, it was a nice little win. Medium distance headshot. Well, barely medium. Overcompensating with the first two. Did I not kill it? I thought I killed it. Or was there another one here? Where are you, Mr. Large Deer? That's why distance shots in thick undergrowth isn't a very good thing. Where is it? It'd be nice if we got lucky and had like a wolf come along and go to the body. At least that would... At least that would give us some direction. Let's get rid of that. The map would cooperate, not fucking lag us out so we can't even switch to the inventory. What do we have we can get rid of? We can remake those. Easy peasy. But I want all that. I just killed a wolf and the kill 10 deer pops up. Go figure. Way home. Behind us. And I get turned around basically from fucking closing the map. Okay, this way. Well, at this rate, it shouldn't take too long. I just need to get some sleep and come back out again. Go to the Arctic. If I had been paying attention and I unlocked the... Oh, the fur is level 20 as well. Okay. Then never mind, I didn't say anything. I was thinking to myself, I was silly that I used the points. I could have used it on the fur, but I couldn't have because I can't unlock it yet. Okay, let's get that out of there, put that in there. All of this crap away, shall we? Fill that up. that in there together with that. We could make some bread now, can't we? Let's make some bread. Not in there. In the herbalism bench, stupid. How are we doing for arrows? Let's top that up, shall we? Like so. We'll put that in here as well for now. At least it's out of the way. Nice. I'll put that there. So it's out of the way. In this session we should definitely be able to make it to concrete buildables. And it's only level 25. That's not exactly all that difficult. Give us like another hour, hour and a half, and we'll be at level 25. Get the basics of the concrete house down, and next session we can start working our way to the objective to unlock things. Get the salvage out of the ship, fix it, make our way to T4. Oh, that there. And our berries, there we go. We'll get some sleep. And rinse and repeat until level 25. I'm not going to spend any more of the tech points until level 20, because that is where we get the fur, isn't it? Yeah. We'll get fur at level 20, and then we can go into the Arctic and we can boost our XP gathering. I just don't want to go there now, because then I'd have to pay more attention to the cold. What we could do, if we go further into the 14s, back towards the G area, there's bears there, and they're lower level at least. There's more wolves and there's bears there. At least we could farm them up a bit. This area seems to be a little light on the fauna. Still need to do the mining as well, though. Seeing the silica reminded me. We still need to keep on top of that, so we definitely have enough by the time we get the cement mixer made. Then we're not playing catch up with the silica and the rock. And we have the machines available to us. it's just the chamois. Oh, of course. Basically get to where we wanted to be going. Wolf up there. Ha ha ha, not paying attention. Oh. Even more silica. We're going to have plenty at this rate. Well, to get the basics done, we're going to need at least probably 2 or 3 times as much to finish the house and get the benches done that we need. Oh, did I end up unlocking the fire whacker? I did, good. Let's make one of those quickly. I completely forgot about that. It's a lightning storm. Don't want that setting the house on fire. What did I need? Stone. Okay, well, before that red section comes in, I'm going to nip off to the bathroom. Back in a second. There we go, just in time. Really need to pee. We'll repair that when the storm's over. Just want to be ready to put the fire out if we get hit by lightning. I mean, we shouldn't technically. We're far enough in under the ledge above us. Rather be safe than sorry. Okay, we didn't get hit by lightning at least. Won't need that. As soon as we get past that rain cloud, we can start repairing everything. Well, these two. Goodbye, viewer. Oh, I can send my handover email at last. Did we just get hit by lightning? We did. Why? More importantly, how? We didn't lose anything, did we? No, I was quick enough, thankfully. Okay, cool, didn't even lose the bed. What was I about to do when I realised we got struck by lightning? Lost my train of thought. Never mind. Let's just get back to killing things. Oh, I was going to send my handover email, wasn't I? That's what I was doing. Now I'm home free, I can do whatever the fuck I want. I had a feeling I was going to miss, but it was worth a try. Stay. Unless they just add in a sound that's very similar to the wolf. I've been thinking about that lately because more often than not, I hear like wolf pantings in the forest, and I look around for the wolf, but I can't find one anywhere. So there must be a sound effect that's very similar to the wolf panting that you just hear randomly played in the forest to kind of throw you off. Waited too long on that one. Too early. Waited too long again. There we go at last. I need to put a point into the arrow speed. I definitely like having the faster arrows. Like figuring out how much you have to compensate is a lot easier when you've got faster arrows. Jesus Christ. The chamois are fast to begin with, but then add to it the hardcore plus 10% speed boost on them. and they're like fucking lightning. Hello, Mr. Wolf. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's put that 1 point onto the arrow's speed. Where are you? Oh. I'll get that with the next one. Okay, never mind. You come and... You wanted to eat your friend, didn't you? Dirty, dirty little wolf. We seem to be... I don't want to jinx it, but we seem to be in a pretty good groove down here with animals. As long as it keeps up like this. I won't even need to go into the Arctic right now. Yeah, the problem is I have to go... So if I wanted to go look for bears, I'd have to make a serious trek back towards the L10 area. That's like long distance. And I'm going to be moving towards the Arctic anyway, and then in this area, from like this area on, there are bears here as well. They're just lower level, which I don't really care about. They still give good XP. I just need that stupid fur armor, so that I don't have to worry about the cold so much in the Arctic. And I've got better protection against the bears if I do happen to mess up the kiting. I heard some bushes rustling. Who's there? There's someone there. Let's go and have a look. But I mean, this is generally the problem with staying in one area. If you don't get a nice flow of the animals spawning, you can go ages without finding anything to shoot. You've really got to keep on the move. Ah. Yeah, we're getting the little lag spikes again quite regularly. See, again, that wasn't so little. We've been in this area the whole time. We're not even loading new map areas. It's just after a certain amount of in-game time, it seems to have used up X amount of memory and then just starts to slow down on a whole. Whatever changes they're making to that, they're by no means all positive. it might be worth making that push, making like a little ad hoc 1x1 and going into that area where the... Yeah, of course I fucking hit it in the throat instead of fucking the head. You get so much more XP from a single kill with the bears. Yeah, because the large deer are nice and all with like 800-900, but when you get like 3,500 from one bear, and you can find them relatively quickly. Probably got held up on the tree. I knew I heard a wolf. When I hit that deer, you could hear the roar sound of the wolf aggroing on the fact that I'd hit the deer. Excuse me. It sounds like the deer's making its way back. Yep. I can tell it's the same one because he's got the fucking arrow sticking out of its back. I could see the arrow on its right hand side. Let's go home. We've amassed quite a lot. Now bow's about to break, so I need to repair it. Yeah, I'm gonna push into the other area of the map. Killing these deer and everything is nice and all, but it's too slow of a grind. If I go into that other area, I know the spawn points of at least 5 different bears, and you can just basically go round and round in a circle, kill each one of them as you go, and in like 15 minutes I'll be at level 25. Well, at level 20, sorry, and then maybe another half an hour, 45 minutes, I'll be at level 25. If I try and carry on with just deer, it'll take me forever. Oh yeah, it's one higher up, isn't it? I need to move that waypoint at least so I can tell where it is. That in there. Oh, we've got plenty. We can spam some more. Spam some more rope. We'll repair this. We'll make another one to take with us. Yeah, and then we'll make some more. Oh, we're gonna need some of that leather for that, aren't we? Make some more arrows. Come on, hurry up with the arrows, thank you. Turn the rest to dust, so we have more epoxy. We'll wait for tomorrow to go to that area. I'll get everything ready. But we'll wait until tomorrow. We'll sleep first thing in the morning after sleeping. Try and get a good day's hunting in. Because this, I'll bring the other map down. Yeah, because we're here. And the agriculture mission takes place in this area. And all around this lake and all around this area, there's multiple bear spawn points. There's like one here, there's one here, there's one here, there's one up here somewhere. There's at least 2 more that I can't remember exactly. There's at least like 5 bears that circulate this area. So you can come down, do your little round down the river, come up around the other side, and then just keep doing that. Go around and round and round and round, and you kill bears just as you're moving along. And an ice box might be a good idea, seeing as we've got more than enough iron for it. Now we need 4 copper nails, okay. Yeah, if we're going past that area, if we go into that area, we're going past the Arctic anyway, so we might as well grab ourselves the ice box. I mean, one, it gives me somewhere to put the meat for now anyway. Remove this. So I can put this here. We'll still get out, lovely. Then we'll replace our bedroll like so. Yeah, and it gives us somewhere to put this. It's still going to decay, but then it's not taking up space somewhere else. And once we get ice, we're set. I do need to go to the bathroom though, so I think I'm gonna... I just been, I know, but I needed a piss then, and now I need a number 2. Why it couldn't have waited. I'm gonna go back to the character select once this is saved, and then put the stream on BRB. Go squeeze one out. Is it saved? Come on, hurry up. Okay, it's saved. I will be back in just one moment. And I'm back. There we go. Let's load back in. Someone stuck around right up until the point when I came back. Okay. It'd be nice if they were able to do something about that. Because of the backpack slot, anything that you have here, when you load back in again, it's moved to a different slot. When your inventory is completely full, yeah, it normally stays the way it was because it's got nowhere to move those things. And thankfully we don't actually lose anything. But still, if it's able to keep those things there when your inventory's full, why can't they tell it to handle things in that slot in the same way as when the inventory's full? We'll just do a little bit of... We'll try and do a little bit of hunting if we come across anything until the afternoon. And then we'll get some sleep and head off to the bear area in the morning. Let's go back down to the river. The lake, I mean. We could just, you know what we could do? We could just nip into the Arctic just to get a little bit of ice, and then it's out of the way, and then things aren't deteriorating. Come on, map. Load up. Hey, Stormy. I'm good, good. And you? I'm already at it again. The same mission as before. Gonna try and do it again so properly solo this time. Good to hear. Feeling better? Oh. Your friend was here. Okay. I might have to give Skyrim a try sooner or later. Oh, that's good to hear. Are you gonna do some work on one of the mods you were working on? That's why you're researching the Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Oh, okay. That's cool. I never really got into D&D. A friend of mine painted Warhammer miniatures, but he only did it for the painting aspect. Like once he got to a certain level, he took on commissions as well. He never actually played the game. He just painted the miniatures. That was about the closest I ever came to any of those kinds of games. You guys have a big group? Like how many people are playing? Okay. Well, still, it's nice to do that. the that part of the that part of that style of gaming is what's appealing to, or at least I could. Oh, okay, it's your first time. That's cool. And I watch a couple of, well, I say I watch whenever I actually have time or whenever I get that far. There's a couple of people that are into that stuff that I watch on YouTube, but I watch them mainly for like the model making and the painting and all that kind of stuff. But there's, I think he's Canadian. Well, I think both of those guys are Canadian. There's the guy at Black Magic Craft. He does more like. Oh, you're all first timers. That's cool. That'd be interesting. There's a guy. The guy has got a channel called Black Magic Craft, and then there's I can't remember their names for the life of me. And then there's a guy that has the channel Miniac. He's like he's basically just painting. And there's this Australian dude that's had a art channel for many years, but since he's made some upgrades to his studio over the last like year or so, he's been getting back into. He was a D&D and Warhammer player, well, more so a Warhammer player, and he's been getting back into that. And they started a channel called Tabletop Time, where they go over a lot of things. They have like they stream games, and they talk about painting and model making, like building terrain and that kind of stuff. I enjoy watching those. With like the miniature painter guys, there's a lot of techniques and things that you can transfer to basically any kind of model making. And I have a model of Mark II Ford Escort. It's the car that my brother had when I was a kid, that I've still got like half finished, and I want to make a diorama for it of the house that we lived in at the time. So I like watching those channels because you pick up good little tips and tricks for model building and model painting. I think the guy at Black Magic Craft is Jeremy. I think. Can't remember though. And did you paint your own army? Or make your own DM board? I guess as a DM you don't... I'm not really familiar with it. I guess as a DM that you don't really need very many units. Maybe monsters and stuff, but I'm not familiar with it, so I wouldn't know. How would you look at that connection issue? Glorious. There we go, it's gone. Oh, okay. Well, we'll wait for this storm to be over and then we'll sleep and we can go to the other area and hopefully kick XP grinding up a notch by killing bears instead of just deer. Yeah, I'd seen that they have like an online version of things, but I never really took a closer look at it. I've seen it, but I never really looked at it too much. Okay. But don't they don't, if I could actually talk, but don't they have like a fully online version where you can get like armies? Yeah, okay, I get you. But don't they have like a fully online version where you can make a map online and then the whole thing is basically like a video game? You're just playing Dungeons and Dragons. There's like a proper fully online version, no? That's what you guys are playing. There are tools for that. Okay, cool. Oh, okay. I don't think I ever really got into it because that was it's much more of a time investment on learning lore and God knows what else than I was ever really willing to put into those kinds of things. But I played. There are those game books that you play with dice. I tried going through a couple of those. No, yeah, I get you. I get you. I tried a couple of the gaming books that you play with dice, where you make certain choices of what to do, and you throw the dice, and you like, turn to this page or turn to that page to continue the story along, to go through it. And even that was already like a little too much for me. And I got heavily into Stargate at one point, and I know a lot about the lore of Stargate. I wouldn't I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to put, well, and Star Trek. Those two things took more than enough of my attention. I wouldn't have wanted to sink any more time into learning the lore of yet another place. I always meant to try like the one of the Star Trek games, but I never really got into that either. I was gonna do that when I got this computer, because I saw some of the games in the Star Trek franchise were on offer on Steam, but at that point I was already playing Subnautica and Below Zero. Okay, that's cool. Makes it a little more original and interesting. I was more into like Subnautica and Below Zero at the time. I was playing that already on my MacBook, but I was only able to play it on like the lowest graphic settings. So when I got the new computer, I started playing that, and then from there I kind of leapfrogged. Where did I go after Subnautica? I think it was Surviving Mars after that. Or was it Death Stranding? I can't fucking remember anymore. It's so long ago now. It seems so long ago. Yeah, no, I can imagine. If the players, you have to basically think of as much as possible of like the questions that players can ask when going to make a decision on where to go and what to do with their characters, and you have to have answers available. Oh, great. Just a second. My ex wrote to me. I've been expecting a message for a while. It's been like nearly a month since she wrote anything. She lost her dad last year, a year today. She wrote me a message. Not really a lot I can say. It's unfortunate. that's the depth. That kind of depth is the kind of thing that I wouldn't really want to get into. And that's what I meant about like time investment in learning lore and learning things about the game and the characters and everything. One, I don't really have the head for that. Like the information that I know about Star Trek and Stargate, I know because I've kind of like trickle learnt it over years. of watching and rewatching episodes of Star Trek and the movies, and reading a book here and there, and watching documentaries and YouTube videos and that. But that's like a lifetime's worth of information. But to be able to play some of those games well, you really need to put in a significant amount of effort up front to get yourself to a certain point with like lore knowledge and that, to be able to do it well. And that's the kind of thing that I never really that's the kind of thing I never really wanted to put myself through, because I know I know myself. Yeah, unless I had some like severe motivation behind it, I'd start reading up on that stuff and probably get bored by the end of the first day. With things like movies and video games, at least there's a lot more interactive way of getting to that information. When it's very dry, like reading books and trying to memorize facts, it's just it loses me. Even playing that modded Minecraft that I played, that was Stargate themed, helped me a lot. Yeah, because we were in the process of making of balancing how certain mods interact with one another to try and keep it as canon as possible. And then because of that, I went back and watched and rewatched certain episodes of the series, and went and looked up things on the Stargate wiki and watched people's takes on things, and little mini documentaries and everything. But that really interested me because of what the whole world was. I guess if I'd played something like Warhammer, maybe I'd be more interested in it, because that's more, I guess it's somewhat more sci-fi. But because Dungeons and Dragons is like all magical and everything, the magical stuff basically loses me. As soon as magic is involved, I just kind of like tune out, and I'm like, yeah, it's nice, it's interesting, it's cute, but it doesn't really hold my interest. No, I know, but that's in a slightly different. It's in a slightly different genre. Like that might have been a runner to hold my interest, but even that I don't know. I don't really think so. I've always been into more grounded sci-fi, like technical sci-fi. Like what Andy Weir did with The Martian was great, and I could totally see that getting turned into like a series. I mean, could you imagine? No, okay, I getcha. Like, could you imagine like a longer term series where it's basically just like the goings on of a realistic expedition to, let's say, like the moon and Mars, not necessarily too far into the future. That would be something I could get into. And at this point, the only reason I'm keeping my HBO subscription is because Raised by Wolves is coming. The second season of Raised by Wolves is coming soon, and that's a nice socio-political drama that's got a very strong sci-fi spin on it. Like that kind of stuff I can get into, but and Lost in Space, the what is it? The third season of Lost in Space came out not long ago. I already watched that. That was really cool. Oh, but you're not into watching movies and TV shows, are you? I went out to go and get some ice, and I ended up coming back with everything but ice. Oh, we're definitely going to have a lot of silica for when we get to concrete level. I need some sticks. Oh, that's definitely something I can't get into. I don't like that at all. I can understand there's some deep storytelling going on, but just the packaging that it's in, so to speak, the fact that it's so childish, and because of the cultural differences in the way in which they storytell, the way things are presented in like Japanese storytelling, that it just completely puts me off with the fucking waifus and God knows what else there is in there. I've never really put any effort into that whatsoever, because I look at it and it's like, yeah, okay, I'm not 12 anymore. I don't care how good a story it is. It needs to be at a certain level to retain my attention as an adult. No, I get it. I get it. I understand. I know there's ones that are like really good, that they've got really deep, interesting stories. It's just the package itself, the animation, and the way. How can I put it? It's the tone of the whole thing. Yeah, the the way that the characters speak, the way just the voice, the way that the characters are voiced, especially the female characters. Not necessarily the format, because I mean I've watched some animated things that I really enjoyed, but it's got to be done in a very particular way. If I look at it and it just right off the bat feels absolutely childish, that I feel overly strange watching that as an adult, I'm like, no, sorry, I'm not going to do it. They just it feels weird watching a show like that where you've got women squealing all the fucking time, and the way in which they portray the female characters, and just it makes me feel weird and dirty for wanting to watch that kind of thing. Yeah, I can imagine a paedophile gets off on it, but I'm not going to watch that kind of stuff. And obviously there's more to it. It's just that part of it that puts me off. Okay, 11:30. It's still early enough to go back to the Arctic. We just need to... Those just put me off the whole thing. Like a friend of mine, the son of one of my, well, he's my friend as well. I've got an older friend. He's like, he's about the same age as my brother. He's 12 years older than me, and he's got a kid I've basically watched grow up. He's already in like his mid-20s now, probably late 20s, and he's an amazing artist. He lives off of doing graphic design and illustrations and things like that, and he's into those things. And he's given me recommendations of things to watch over the years, including like the Godzilla series of movies, and that was all right, but even that's like just that's barely at the that's just at the at like the borderline. Anything more stereotypical than that, and I'm like, it turns me off. Like back in the day, my friends were all like hyper into things like Dragon Ball Z. That was also something I could never fucking get my head around. I'm like, why would I want to watch that when I can watch a fucking proper live action TV series or a movie that's way more fucking interesting than this? It really depends. But then it also does come down to the subject matter. Like like a lot of people haven't seen it, and I'm very surprised by it. And without it, you basically miss out on a hell of a lot of like the story to clarify a lot of things about the movies. But the Matrix, the Matrix is by no means a trilogy. There are the three movies, yeah, but next to that, in between the first and the second movie, you've also got the Animatrix, which is nine individual episodes telling little parts of the story with like prequel information as well as actual current information as the movie's running, and every single one is done in a different style of animation, and everything that's in there, I loved it all. That's animated stuff, and it was all really good, and the story that they were telling was great, and so it really does come down a lot to what is what no, if I can't fucking talk again today for some reason. It really comes down to what the content of whatever it is that I'm watching, the genre that it's in, and how it's being relayed. If you've seen the Matrix movies, then the Animatrix is definitely something that that I think would interest you. And then you can even take it to another level. They had the Matrix game that came out around the same time, and that's got even more information in connection to the movie. If you watch the movies, watch the Animatrix, and play the game, then you've basically got hold of almost all the information you can possibly get a hold of that the Wachowskis meant for you to have. You should totally watch the Animatrix. It's 9 episodes, so it's not particularly long, but you get a whole bunch of like extra information from those that fills in gaps that you don't know from the movie. Like in the Matrix Reloaded, when Neo when they first get back to Zion and they're getting off the Nebuchadnezzar, yeah, there's that kid that runs up that like comes to meet Neo. From the movie, we never actually learn who that kid is, but in one of the episodes of the Animatrix, you see who he is and why Neo says to the kid what he says. Yeah, otherwise you'd never know who that kid is. It's just, you know, another kid, another character in the movie. But the Animatrix answers that question and adds another level of depth and interest and a point of interest to the whole concept of the Matrix. Like, without having watched the Matrix, you don't really know the Matrix. Yeah, and when they go to in the same movie when they go to the meeting where there's the whole bunch of them, where Niobe is talking about the last transmission of the Osiris, the information that they got, about the machines tunneling to Zion. In one of the episodes of the Animatrix is the last transmission of the Osiris, so how they came about that information and what happened then. It fills in so many gaps and gives you a lot more depth on like things leading up to the Matrix, like how the world reached the point that it reached. Like probably, oh, and the one that's the last transmission of the Osiris. They made that that particular episode was completely CG, and there are parts in that episode where you really have to like double take, as like, is this real or is this CG? And that was done with the technology like back in the day. You can look at it now and you notice things that give it away, especially with, you know, our eyes of today. You know, we know what to be looking for in certain situations, but it still looks absolutely amazing. just was always going to go to the Arctic again. I get interrupted by a storm. I need somewhere else to start putting this silica. We've got so much of it. I think this is going to be more than enough for what we need. What we need to do. I need to reach level 20 at last so I can actually start putting some of it to use. Then that person's probably a hater. It answers a whole bunch of questions that are left open in the movie, and it gives you a whole... No, I know, I get it, and neither do I. As far as like overall packages go, if you look at... Let me turn this fucking volume down because it's gonna piss me off. As far as like overall packages go that have been presented to viewers over the last couple of decades, I think the Matrix, with all of its little sub things, like the comics and the Animatrix and the game and the God knows what else, the graphic novels. I think the Animatrix is one of the most thought-provoking and detailed ones that leaves just enough to your imagination and for you to like think about your own theories on certain aspects of the law. Yeah, that makes it overall one of the key masterpieces of the last few decades. Like it's definitely the whole thing is definitely going to go down in history as a very key piece of cinema. Now, because of the cartoon series, I can't buy into that. I can't buy into that. The movie that they made, probably watched about 10 minutes of it, and I turned it off. I was like, no, thank you, piss off. I can't. Those kinds of stories I can't get into. I refuse to like what they say about watching a movie or something that you have to suspend disbelief. Yeah, I refused to try and suspend disbelief for that kind of story. That's just too woo woo for me. It doesn't matter about the storytelling. I can't get into it on any level. Oh, okay, but just in general, the whole that the genre that that thing plugs into, and the characters, it's just way too woo woo for me. I can't get into that whatsoever. I see that and I think, okay, I'm not 10 years old. Sorry, fuck off. I know next to nothing about it, but I don't even care to try and learn more about it because just like I said, like the type of thing that it is and the genre that it sits in, it just puts me off. I look at it and I'm like, nah, I don't want to know. It's in the same kind of category as Star Wars is for me. Like I like the first three movies, and some parts of the other movies are okay, but just Star Wars in general, I've never been able to get into. But I thought we've spoken about that before. Just the Force in general. It's like, nah, that's too woo woo. I need my sci-fi to be a little bit more grounded in reality than that. Excuse me. But it's like, someone that got into it early on at the very beginning. Why can I see the icebox there? I can see through that wall and access the icebox for some reason. But if you get into it early on, and then you've followed it for years, I can understand people being really into it. But being external to all of that, it's not in the kind of category that I could ever see myself getting into now. And with there being more than enough stuff that's directly in my line of interest, yeah, I'd much rather watch those things first before I ever came close to starting on that. Oh, I understand. And there's an entire, from what I understand, that's what I was about to say. That there's and the thing is that certain subgroup of people that are more like into the writing of the fan fiction kind of things, they're far enough off of the mainstream that a lot like the huge chunk of mainstream fans look at those people that are that are involved in that as like pariahs, and that they're the reason why Star Wars for some reason is so bad. But they know absolutely nothing about what they're talking about. I've watched some of the fan films that have been made and read some of the fan fiction stuff that fans have written. And honest to God, some of that stuff is way better than any of the fucking movies. If Darth Vader was so strong, yeah, if Darth Vader's so strong, just look at it that way. You see Darth Vader get into it's this. It's not the incredibly stupid part about it. It's that, yeah, they're in a technological age where you have things like laser blasters, yeah. But the whole premise of the Jedi and the Sith is that they don't dishonor them. Like the same thing with what the way samurai were back in the day. Yeah, they don't dishonor themselves by using those kinds of weapons. The sword, or in this case the lightsaber itself, is a different type of skilled and more honorable form of combat. Yeah, just that premise by itself kills it for me. Yeah, in an age where you can make fucking laser blasters, knowing the way from our current, looking at the way things have progressed throughout history. Of course, everyone's going to be a fucking going to be using a fucking blaster, and even if they do have a fucking lightsaber, then it's going to be as a backup. just that entire premise that yeah, never mind. I don't even like getting into it because it just annoys me. If the dark side were as powerful as they make it out to be, then there wouldn't be a rebel alliance and there wouldn't be anything opposing them, because they could just use the dark force, walk into a place, force choke everyone that they need to, and take over, and basically, you know, like say kneel at our feet or die, and basically be able to kill everyone without even fucking raising a hand. And the Jedi wouldn't be able to do a damn thing about it because they refuse to use the dark side. Yeah, but if they were able to garner enough users of the dark side force, yeah, they could basically take over the entire universe at their whim. But yeah, we've already moved on past a certain point. Just the basis of the Force and the midichlorians. I said this before. Just the basis of what the Force is, that midichlorians, it loses me. It's like, no. That's already too woo-woo. Okay, let's... Oh. It's nearly 6 p.m. Let's wait, sleep, and then go back. I can see where the creators are coming from, and the people trying to keep that part of the story alive. What they base their train of thought on, and what. But like we've spoken about this again also in the past, like the basis of midichlorians being that if we look at it with eyes of today, yeah, it could be something that's real. It's just we're currently unable to measure this, and there's no one that's proficient enough in the use of harnessing that thing to be able to teach others to use it. And it very well could be the case that there's something there. Yeah, that what we call, you know, people with telekinetic abilities and all that kind of stuff, it could be based on something like that. Yeah? And that's more or less what they're basing it on. That these civilizations, it's all been around for so long that they've progressed to a level of technology where they were able to figure out what it was that was causing these abilities, to be able to screen for people like that and then start training them already at a young age to help them fulfill their potential. I get all of that. Yeah? It's just in that kind of a situation, there's either going to be an imbalance of people on the light or the dark side. So having that pretty even mix of things going on, yeah, well, I don't think... Yeah, but sorry, let's leave that part out of it. If you look at it, then civilizations have advanced to a certain point. I refuse to believe that a civilization that's advanced enough to that point still has the types of social issues that they deal with in Star Wars, where things like economics and politics still go on in much similar way to what we're seeing today. I believe that once a civilization reaches a certain level of advancement, then the gathering of resources and the making of power and all that kind of stuff just becomes so meaningless a task that money no longer has any meaning, and then the structure of politics starts to fall apart, because basically all politics is pushing certain agendas in different directions to be able to better make money and socially control people. That it just it the whole all of it, everything that the Galactic Alliance, it all starts to fall apart when you start to think about where a civilization that advanced should really be socio-politically. I don't see that ever being the case. Yeah, and the fact that the franchise is in the hands of the people that it's in is making it suffer even more. It suffered from not being particularly well written, but it's suffering even more because of the fucking wokeness that they're trying to project through it now.
Uh-oh.
Excuse me. And that's why he doesn't get involved in it anymore. You can see that it's gone far past what he ever meant to get from it. I mean, after they made the first movie, yeah, I remember watching a documentary about it. Yeah, he and one of his friends that was also involved in the movie, some other big guy, whenever they finished the movie, they'd always go away to some island just to like chill and have a holiday and disconnect from it. But they wouldn't have anything with them. You know, they wouldn't look at news. They wouldn't call anyone to say, hey, what's up and how are things doing at the box office. They just pack up and leave and chill and try and disconnect from the whole thing. And when they came back, they'd see what's what. Yeah, and they were massively surprised. They totally thought that they're going to go off and come back to a shitstorm, that the whole thing had flopped, and they had absolutely no idea. Like George Lucas had absolutely no idea that he'd come back to what he came back to. No, exactly. They just wanna blue milk it for as much as they possibly fucking can. And on the surface of things, I know it sounds a little disrespectful to say it that way, but for the vast majority of quote unquote pleb fans, yeah, they don't really care that much. Yeah, they don't look into things to a certain level, past a certain level of depth, and they're happy to see, you know, more explosions and more lightsaber fights and more interesting bits of technology, and they get swept away in that side of the Hollywood filmmaking. Yeah, but the people that actually give a damn about the whole thing just see the whole thing spiraling out of control and becoming a steaming pile of shit. It's like those people at Disney could literally sit down and write a book on, you know, how to ruin a franchise 101. Oh, my knife needs repair as well. And people really don't believe or think that, you know, one single person can have such a massive influence on a franchise that that turns it into like a make or break situation. But if you just look at the woman that's now in charge of things with things like the Mandalorian and and other things surrounding it, yeah, she's the one is it Kathleen something? Oh. She's basically destroying it, and people are fucking hating her for it. But on the flip side of things, there are the kinds of people that can be the key to a franchise actually continuing and being successful. Because if you look at Star Trek, for example, if they'd never got Leonard Nimoy involved in Star Trek when they did, yeah, if he hadn't become Spock when he became Spock, then we might possibly never have seen the majority of what we saw come out of Star Trek. The Star Trek movies and and everything were kept going by Leonard Nimoy. Yeah, he was the even when not credited, he was like the executive producer and like heavily involved in the back end of things and writing as well for a lot of what went on for the most of the movies. If there was no Leonard Nimoy to get things moving in the in the background, there may never have been a Star Trek as we know it. It might have fizzled out after, like, you know, maybe 2 movies and another series, and that's it, and then you would never have heard any more of Star Trek. It's a shame that a lot of that stuff is suppressed in the way it is, and they don't pay close enough attention to what's going on in the background with those kinds of fan fictions. If they used just a second. If some of the people that were involved in the writing of a lot of those fan fictions were involved in, like, in the series and the movies, it would have been way, way, way better ages ago. Where did he disappear to? I mean, the Predator franchise suffered from the exact same thing. Yeah, I'm biased in that regard. Because I like all, well, except for Alien vs Predator Requiem, where we see the first introduction of the Pred alien. Yeah, except for that movie, because that's an absolute B movie of like massive proportions. I like all of the other movies. I like all of them. I like Predators. I like the Alien vs Predator. I like the newest Predator movie where we first see the Berserker, mega Predator. Yeah, I like those things. It could have been done a little differently and taken in a different direction, but it was okay. But the Predators franchise suffers from the same thing. It's just it's the franchise is in the wrong hands, and then the people that could actually do something good with it aren't given enough control to take it in the direction that it needs to go in. Oh yeah, people write what they know. That's always the case. It's always the case. They've got to take you look at you look at movies of the time, and the vast majority of, like, the socio-political threads that the movies have are of things happening at that time, either trying to do a commentary of it or making a parody of it, or taking it in one direction or another, of, like, playing it out as a what if we went in this direction or a what if we went in that direction. It's with everything. The only ones that stand out, the only ones that stand out in that regard are the ones that are like really ahead of their time. I mean, look at when the movies 2001 and 2010 were made. That was from the 60s and 70s, and they were trying to do something about what it might be like 40, 50 years in the future. Those things were groundbreaking. Those things were really, really interesting and deep. And if you look at it, they got the vast majority of it on the nose. Yeah, the vast majority of it they got right. Those kinds of movies last for a long time and they really set the bar. The problem is those kinds of movies are just few and far between. 2001 is a movie I'll sit down and watch and thoroughly enjoy to this day, even though I've already seen it probably about 20 or 30 times. The beginning bit is a little drawn out that I still can't really stomach. Like, I'll fast forward through most of the beginning where you first see the apes and the monolith. But that part I can't really stand to sit through, but the rest of the movie is amazing. Oh yeah. I mean, the movie 2001 had video phones in it. When he was on the space station, he calls up his daughter on Earth, and they have a video conversation between a space station and someone on planet Earth. And that was a movie made in the 60s. Yeah, when telephones in people's houses were just getting to the point of saturation where basically everyone had one, let alone being able to talk to people on video. Yeah, and it was, they'd had colour television for maybe a couple of decades at that point, but then they were already postulating being able to have video conversations with people. I mean, it's what the X Prize is all about. It's what the X Prize is all about. The X Prize series of like competitions that have grants are based exactly on that, to take what we currently look at as science fiction and try and turn it into science fact, and they've based even the naming of oh, that's just the Arctic. Okay, I'll go back into the forest and hopefully there's nothing there. Like there's one that's based on the Star Trek tricorder. I'll give it a Google and see what it's actually named. X Prize Foundation. What is it? Tricorder. What was it called? That was it. That was what it was called. Tricorder X Prize. Yeah, to make a piece of diagnostics technology that works in much the same way as the tricorder does in Star Trek, where you basically externally pass something over the patient's body and be able to read certain biosignatures to be able to diagnose what's wrong with them. So they're trying to take technology from science fiction and make it science fact and put big money behind it as like as a competition kind of thing, and then they pick a winner, and then they give them the funding, and they can go on and try and develop it. And they do that with a whole bunch of different things, and I think it's fucking excellent that they do that. But if more of that happened, then we'd be much further ahead technologically, both in all fields, not just in medicine, but in all fields. If that happened a lot more. Okay, the storm is over. Ice and killing wolves is the only reason I'm here. So as soon as I start to get too cold, I'm going. Ice for my ice box. And XP from killing the wolves. Oh, you want to check out the hacksmith? That's probably the guy that you're talking about. These guys in Canada. They have a series. They have a series on YouTube. They have now for nearly a decade, called Make It Real, and they've made multiple versions of the Proto Saber. They've done everything from like taking rods of tungsten wrapped with wire that can take very high temperatures and running high voltage through it to heat up the bar of tungsten, to making what is essentially the closest thing you can possibly get to an actual Proto Saber, which is basically an air quotes beam of plasma, which is just gas being pumped through a very specialized nozzle that's mixed carefully with oxygen to make a superheated beam of plasma. They made the whatchamacallit as well. They just got finished. They were working on it for 3.5 years. The power loader from the Aliens movie. They made that real. The thing that Ripley gets into and grabs the big alien queen. They made a real life version of that. They made versions of Captain America's shield and Thor's hammer and like all kinds of different stuff. Well, according to like original canon, it's plasma. Oh great, now we've got a storm in the forest, so I can't go back to the forest from the Arctic. Okay, we've got more than enough ice. As soon as that storm's over, I can leave. Yeah. Because there's no real guidance from the people that are supposed to be the decision makers, it's left open to interpretation, and they probably won't answer a lot of questions like that because leaving it open generates more discussion amongst the fans, giving it more and more exposure that's basically free for them. I don't get it. Certain rocks, they can't get up, and this one, they just kind of like jump up as though it's nothing. And that's another reason why I like Star Trek. Yeah, they clarify a lot of that. And even though it's only very loosely based on actual real life physics, at least they do have some kind of an answer for you to set off in a certain direction. This is why I like coming to the Arctic. XP farming here is fucking simple. No, yeah. Definitely. I mean, it's probably the whole reason why something like Andy Weir's The Martian was successful as it was. Because it was so closely based on real life, like down to the proper calculations and physics and everything. I feel like more of that kind of stuff needs to come about. That kind of thing I could get into. I mean, supposedly The Expanse is supposed to be like that, but I'd never know because I'm not getting yet another subscription. And seeing as it's Amazon, Jeff Bezos, I'm definitely not giving that fucking wanker my money until The Expanse comes to some streaming service that's available to me. I'm basically going to miss out on that, and I'm fine with that. They're limiting themselves by keeping things quite exclusive. Like the direction that big corporations are going with streaming services is going to end up causing them more problems. Because it's already getting to a point where it's unmanageable. Yeah, there are just so many. Yeah, with Apple TV and Amazon and Netflix and HBO and Paramount and Disney Plus and this and that, and the list goes on. I can't even list how many that there are. Yeah, I've got a HBO subscription and I've got a Netflix subscription. That's it. I'm not gonna fucking start branching out into God knows how many. Yeah, even the HBO subscription, I'm kind of on the fence about getting rid of because there's not enough there to fully justify it. It's just every now and then they come along with something that I really want to watch, so then I'm like, oh, okay, I'll leave it. Until someone does something similar to what Sky did back in the day with Sky Television, where there's like an agglomeration of all of those things in one place under one fee. Yeah. Or, you know, maybe maximum 2 or 3 of those big things. Yeah, 3 is probably about the furthest I'd go. If I had to get one more subscription to be able to more or less have my bases covered, then I'd get it. But that's it. I'm not going any further. I'm not gonna have subscriptions to like 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 different things. Fuck that. I want to get to level 20 before I go home, because then I can start doing a whole bunch of stuff. So my inventory is so fucking full. I really don't want to throw... Oh, I guess the leather we can kind of get rid of. Some of that. Who was that? There you are. Come on. Thank you very much. I mean, my Netflix subscription, I've been kind of on the fence about a couple of times, but they definitely stepped up their game recently. They definitely stepped up their game recently. And the quality of the original shows and movies that Netflix is putting out has definitely improved in leaps and bounds. I'm just happy I didn't get Apple TV subscription back when it came out. I need to get home. I've got ice for the ice box. I'm at level 20. I can make a machining bench so I can get started on... I can get started on making the concrete house. Oh, my inventory's full yet again. Surprise, surprise. Well, I can put this back in a slot again, because I'm not in the Arctic anymore. I'm not even gonna skin them. But keep stopping to fucking skin everything. I'm never gonna fucking make it home. And Netflix has definitely done a lot of work over the last few years to get some like significant A-list movie stars involved in their projects, and I'm happy that they're able to. They've got some really good fucking movies and series out. Oh yeah, there was a storm that we didn't come home for. Forgot about that. Let's get the ice in the ice box. Is there any cooked meat in there? Yeah, there's cooked meat there. Of course there is. Chuck that in there. Chuck that in there. Yeah, and I have 0 room left on that. Let's take this out, shall we, so I can put that in. I'm gonna need to make my fucking cement mixer too sweet. I'm running out of space to store things. Make some more rope. Yeah, see, I'd like to be able to turn my bone into epoxy, but I can't because I need a crucible. Let's make another one. Yeah, then I might as well move that over there. I just watched Zack Snyder's Justice League yesterday, and I was blown away. I was absolutely blown away. It's a completely different tone of movie, massively different tone of movie than what that popcorn comic book piece of shit that Joss Whedon put out. Completely changes the fucking tone of the movie, and it's so much better. Yeah, it's nice that there's the Joss Whedon version out there. Yeah, because the Zack Snyder cut is R-rated, so kids wouldn't be able to see that supposedly. Yeah, but it's nice that there's that Joss Whedon version that the kids can go and watch. But that Zack Snyder version really needed to be made, and it's massively different, and it's amazing. And it just perfectly illustrates the point that in a lot of situations, yeah, director really just needs to be left the fuck alone to realize a vision. And when the Hollywood types start getting involved in fucking cutting scenes and changing the story, it just completely wrecks it. That was an absolutely perfect example of that. That movie is it's watchable and fun, but when you put that normal cut next to the Zack Snyder cut, then the normal cut just looks like a piece of a steaming pile of shit in comparison. Yeah, and Joss Whedon's done some good shit. Yeah, which is why it's so fucking surprising that what he did turned out to be so crap. But then when you look at the kind of influence he was under, then you kind of realize that, oh, okay, now I see why it's so shit. Because XYZ people were involved in the background. And it's just a travesty that happens to movies like that. Having certain, I was talking about exactly this earlier, like having certain restrictions on the director and other people to a certain degree actually gave birth to certain movies coming about the way that they did. And if they had been given, you know, X budget or been able to do X, Y, Z things, it would have come out differently, and it may not have been the success that it turned out to be. Yeah, but that in the vast majority of cases, when you get to that kind of high today, at least, when you get to that kind of high profile level of filmmaking with directors as big as as those people are, Yeah, there's so little chance of that being the case. Yeah, if anything, just letting them get on with what they want to do and the way they want to do it would net you a way better movie. Just let them realize their fucking creative vision. They've put more than enough down on the table to prove that they're masters at what they do. Just let them get on with it. Okay, we need a cement mixer, concrete furnace, the electronics. What else do we absolutely have to have? Well, we're still levels away from getting that. We'll get ourselves a recurve bow, the platinum pick. We'll get the composter, because then at least we can set that up, making fuel that we're going to need. I'm kind of thinking maybe we should go for the dehumidifier as well, seeing as... Did I get the generator? Where's the generator? Or do you not need to unlock that? You do, don't you? Oh, that's tier 4 because that's made on the fabricator. Okay. Then we'll hold on to the rest of the points. No. 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 We want to carry on going down that way. We'll get that. What else do we have in survival to improve things? I guess we could get closer to getting to polar bear armor. And then again, there's probably a few things. Yeah, we'll go this route. Like so. We'll put that one there and we'll grab that one because we don't have bones to repair it right now. We'll drink that to get rid of our pneumonia. Yeah, and I need to make a machining bench, basically. I've got what I need there. Now, what was it? 120 nails, isn't it? Yeah. 12 of that. Like if I open up Netflix and have a look at, you can't see anything anyway because it has it blocked. And I've been quite surprised about some of the things that are coming from Korea. Oh, I don't want to open it in the actual app. I want to open it in the browser because the search function is a lot better there.
That's great. Wow.
Fucking hell. Okay. TV shows. If I go to TV shows and scroll to... Shut up. Scroll to... They used to have a separate category of Netflix originals, and they don't have that anymore. Like, there used to be a separate category where you could select Netflix originals and you'd see them all. Yeah, but look, just generally from what I can see, because it's got the little red N next to it when it's a Netflix original. Yeah, there's Archive 81, The Witcher, Squid Game, Ozark, Bridgerton. What else have we got? Conspiracy, Night Flyers, Dark, Better Than Us. That's Russian. Black Mirror, Orphan Black. What else? What else? What else? Just going via the ones that I've seen. Yeah, Lucifer. That's a Netflix original. The OA. Lock and Key. The Irregulars. Ragnarok was quite good. That was for Scandinavian. What else? What else? What else? Yeah, and I've already listed a whole bunch of stuff. Altered Carbon, The Silent Sea. That's one from Korea, which is really good. Van Helsing. The Good Place, Stranger Things, Love, Death and Robots. These are all Lost in Space, Travelers. That no, I know I've seen it. I own the first 5 seasons on iTunes because when I got into it, they stopped showing it on Netflix, and I wanted to see it, so I went out and bought it. Yeah, 3%. Supposedly Peaky Blinders is really good, but I wouldn't know. I haven't watched it, but that's Netflix original. Another Life. Yeah, there's a version of Ghost in the Cell that was a Netflix that was done under Netflix. What else is there? Dead to Me. The Rain. Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen movie, The Spy. That was really fucking good. The list goes on, but if I were to open up HBO and look at the same thing, then I'd maybe get to about 10 things. Yeah, in the past 10 years. Yeah, I maybe get to like 10 that were like I could say, yeah, that was really good. I have to that's an absolute recommended must watch. Yeah, but on Netflix the list just goes on and on and on and on. Did you kill a rabbit? I didn't kill a fucking rabbit. And there's a dead rabbit here. Why is there a dead rabbit here? Poor bunny rabbit. Okie dokie, mate. Well, have a nice walk. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be here for most of the day if you want to stop by again. I'll see you later. Okay. So here we can make steel and the concrete stuff. We have to get to 25. I need to replace that with a cement furnace. I knew this place was going to be too small for me, but I need to make use of some of the space that's in the cave. So I need to make some nails. Need some stone, I need some of that wood. Yeah, I need stone for the cement mixer as well anyway, so let's go and mine. Oh. Let's go and mine up some stone, shall we? That's sheltered enough. barely put it out and then it instantly gets struck again. Never had that happen before. Oh, I didn't unlock Steel Bloom yet, did I? There we go. Might as well chuck that in there. Should I stay here? Or move? So we're basically going to empty this. We're basically going to empty this cave and then the other two further down. And then we're going to want to be either near another cave or near a point where it's going to be easy to move to the Arctic from. And now they're going to respawn just from coming out here. We've gotten everything out of this place now. What I can tell, yes. Oh, we don't have enough. We're one piece of platinum short of making 10 platinum. we need 12 for a pick anyway, so we have to go and get more. Okay, so we need rock to make more concrete. Being as we'll mine up what stone we can, and we'll leave the cement mix up to do its thing. And then we'll head down into the valley and go visit the other 2 large caves. I want to hit them up for advanced materials first, so I can get myself a platinum pick as soon as possible. So it's gold, platinum and titanium first, and then we'll pick up everything else afterwards. Okay, so we're going to here, and there's another one right opposite it. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. First level of hindering shot. Nice. And we'll save our points for when we get to 25 so we can unlock... Oh wait, does 20 give us... 20 gives us the thing, doesn't it? The fur armor. Okay. We'll make that quickly. It's Mr. Bunny Wabbit. I have more fucking antibiotic at home, but I forgot to bring some with me. Okay, seeing as we were lucky enough to get that much platinum straight off the bat, and I don't have antibiotics anyway, I don't see the point of wasting the other nodes with a pick that's got lower yield. We'll wait for the platinum to get done, we'll make a platinum pick, and then we'll come back and finish this off. It's a 2% yield increase, if I remember correctly. 3. Yeah, but over X amount of nodes, seeing as it's not just going to be the one node, yeah, it adds up. I don't have antibiotics anyway. I don't want to get the Icarus Rona. And not be able to cure it on the way home. Well, we've got more than enough platinum now. Yeah, we've got 18, enough for a pick. And we can go back to those 2 caves and finish emptying them. Let's see, can we get a start on? We could get a jump on making some electronics. Get wood. They're halfway there to the bench. And that's just because that's all I had in gold. At the moment. Yeah, I guarantee that at least one of the 2 caves that we were just at are going to have some more gold, and we'll empty it of copper as well. Then we're basically already at T4 before I've even come out of the wooden shack. Now I need to... Oh yeah. And I just need to get the... need to get using... No. Don't do the titanium right now. Do the platinum. Okay. And I just need to get out of this wooden shack and into a concrete building as soon as we hit level 25, and I can unlock the concrete buildables. Let's make some more bread, seeing as we're running low. I mean, we're doing pretty good. I didn't drag my feet as much this time as I did last time. I've been streaming for near enough 6 hours, and we're basically at, from 0, we're at level 21 with T4 within our grasp. Could definitely cut that down by another 2 hours, because I did drag my feet a bit and I was procrastinating somewhat, but we've definitely been making good progress. That's the bread done. Let's not forget to grab that. We have to refill it anyway. Did I put... Oh, I put that on already, okay. I was about to make another set. Do I have what I need to make a recurve? I most certainly do. I always love getting to recurve. It's satisfying. Grab a little bit more of that. I'm kind of thinking on what can we do while waiting for that platinum, so it's not just sitting around. Actually, if I leave it here, then I'll come across something I want to use it on, so we'll just repair it and put it aside. We're going to need wood to make more resin, so let's chop a bit of wood. We've got more than enough silica, I believe, to get all the concrete stuff made that I want to make. We're still going to need more stone though, that's for sure. So I guess we can mine up some stone as well. outside of that, it's basically just going to be farming XP to the point we can get the hunting rifle unlocked, and by that time we should have enough titanium on stock to make one. We just have to remember to leave 10. The last time I did it, I had to go titanium hunting because I made the hunting rifle, and I was one ingot short of being able to repair the salvage part that we get from the dropship that we have to repair. But I don't get it sometimes. I've probably said this a couple of times, but I haven't really. Something interrupted me, and I never really completed the thought. But when it comes to people coming to check out the stream, yeah, a lot of times I'll have someone. I'll see the viewer count jump up, and then it goes down again after like maybe a couple of minutes. But what is it that they're expecting to see when coming to watch a survival game? Are they just going to keep jumping from stream to stream until they find something that's, you know, air quotes, exciting? Any stream that they go and watch, there's going to be certain lulls in the gameplay to an excitement, you know, when it comes to excitement. Because everyone has to go through the grind of getting certain things. It's like, what's the point? I name the stream what I name it, hardcore, etc., etc., to try and get people that might be interested in that to come along. But then they come on, see that I'm in the middle of doing something that's not necessarily as interesting. But what is it that you're really looking for? That you just come onto the stream, check it for like a couple of minutes and leave. What is it that the person's looking for that makes them do that? Or is that just, you know, the certain percentage of people that are like that, regardless of who it is and what they're really looking at? They don't know what it is they want to watch, and they're probably more like the kind of person that's sitting at home on the couch with the remote control in their hand, just flicking through the channels because they don't know what to do. It just seems odd, doesn't it? Given the vast amounts of content and the huge number of people streaming certain things, it's four more platinum. And we're good to go. And we can't go outside now because of the storm anyway. And then when that's finished, we'll go to bed. And then we can hit up the cave with a nice shiny new platinum pick first thing in the morning. Oh yeah, bread. Well, I might as well leave it on, because I'm going to need more charcoal at the minute anyway. Yeah, it is a lightning storm, so I need a fire whacker. Just in case. Well, now I can mine everything basically. I don't have a preference over one thing or another. Then I should put a little bit more focus on iron and coal than anything else to get some steel, so I can get out of this wooden hut as quickly as possible. And then figure out whether I actually want to build here or move it somewhere else. Yep, it is a grind, isn't it? It's not as bad as it used to be. It used to be much, much worse. It's slowly but surely getting better. Hopefully within the next couple of updates they'll come to the realization that they need to make some further reductions in how much it costs to make them, as well as add the functionality that's missing right now. Because a lot of the machines in T4 basically don't do a lot. Yeah, of course there is. It's no problem. It's no problem. I only ever came across one situation where, and that was before they changed the gold spawns. Yeah, where gold was even rarer than it is now. Yeah, I only ever came across one situation where I wasn't able to get enough together to do a certain thing, but even that was just an extra thing that I wanted to make for myself. I was able to get the stuff needed for the mission objectives all the time. You have to hit up, in some cases, yeah, you might have to hit up like 12, 13, 14, 15 caves, but that's a given. If they make any improvement on it, it's just gonna, it might halve how many caves you have to go to, but you're still going to have to go to quite a few caves. It's not like you can go to 2 caves and then be done with it, or at least not in the majority of the map. There's basically 2 or 3 places on the whole map where you have the possibility of striking gold, like literally and figuratively, where you're going to have enough to get a lot of things done. Yeah, and those places are the D10 cave system. Yeah, because this cave entrance here, this and this, are all one big interconnected cave system that goes all throughout this mountain, and it's huge. The last time I did a serious mining session there, I had 2 cabinets full of iron. I probably had about 500 gold ingots, and I had a shitload of other stuff. Yeah, that's just from this one cave system. And then the other place is up here in the corner where you have these 2 mega caves with C3 and B2. If you get lucky, then you can get like 9 gold nodes in that one cave. And then the other place is in the middle Arctic, which is the I-11 cave. This is a long cave, and here you have to kind of get lucky. The last time I was here, it only had like 2 gold nodes in it, but for everything else it's always loaded with all kinds of stuff. Yeah, but there's so many large and mega caves dotted around. Yeah, you should you might have to do a little bit of trekking, yeah, to go to certain caves, but there's always enough within the given play area to get things done. You just have to make the trek to it. Are you using the Icarus Intel map at all? Because this is a must-have. People that say, "Oh yeah, but I feel like it's cheating," I don't really understand. Because yeah, I get the train of thought where they want to find things on their own, but then don't complain that you're having a hard time finding things. Yeah, finding caves on your own in Icarus would be like the first person that ever went through and got all of the achievement things in Death Stranding. It's a massive achievement, and yeah, it's an extra added way of going about things that you can say, "Oh, I did it," but you add such a massive amount of difficulty to your gameplay. I look at this as, if you want to rationalize it, a wealth of shared information. Yeah, being that there are so many other prospectors on the on the planet, there could this you could look at this as like a central place where when a prospector comes across something, he marks it and everyone shares that information with one another. So I don't think it's cheating in that way. Uh, and you don't need it. You don't need it. Yeah. I'm gonna get to T4. Yeah. Oh, I'm low on food. Just a second. For Voyager, I'm not far away from reaching T4. Yeah, I've already got half of the electronics to make the fabricator, and you don't necessarily have to, but even on low-level missions, there's more than enough of the map open to you that if you want to, you could get to T4 in every mission. And looking at low-level missions in that way is a bit of a misnomer, because once you get past Payday and Deep Vein Extraction, and Payday in particular, you can find nodes to extract in every single mission, even the lower ones, and for that you have to get to T4 anyway to make the extractor. Yeah. So whether the mission's objective needs it or not, you've still got a possible reason to want to get to T4 to at least make an extractor or a radar. But it's possible in every mission. Yeah, I get. There's very few missions where I haven't gone up to T4 to at least make a hunting rifle. Like, hunting rifle is a standard piece of kit for me, because I prefer to spend a couple of days on the planet and take 2 or 3 days to do every mission. But then I'll have a hunting rifle every single mission. Yeah, like right now, okay, Voyager is a pretty big map. Yeah, but more or less, most of the desert is open to me. If I bring this map back, yeah, most of the map is open to me in Voyager. But then there's most of the desert, basically all of the forest and the Arctic, the glacier, and then the majority of the Arctic as well. Yeah. So if you look at all of those caves, yeah, there's no way in hell that you can't get enough from just a handful of those. But even if you just select, like, what the agricultural mission, for example, the agricultural mission keeps you contained. You can go into the Arctic, but only some of it. And it keeps you more or less contained to the forest area. This forest area has more than enough caves. Yeah. Even if you're unlucky, if you go to this mega cave and you go to this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 large caves, you have to be extremely unlucky to not have enough gold from those caves to reach T4. But traveling that amount of distance and going to that amount of caves is expected in this game. It's sometimes people don't people look at it as, you want to be able to not have to go too far away from where you made your base and still be able to do it. Well, that's not the point behind the game. It's very much putting emphasis on having to explore to some degree on every mission. Because, I mean, let's admit it, the T4 is endgame stuff. And in what game can you get endgame stuff easily? You always have to put a certain amount of work into it if you want it. Oh, look, I've got some more gold I forgot to smelt. Let's put you in there. And I can make my platinum pick at last. Platinum pick, please. There we go. Can switch out the steel one. We'll put the rest of the platinum and the steel away. Iron and the titanium. Oh, I can put the titanium in there now. I don't care how long it takes to smelt. we'll have some breakfast. We'll top off our meat. Make sure it's all fresh stuff. There we go. And we'll go back to the cave. But I need probably 2 more gold nodes and maybe 4 copper nodes, and I have enough to make T4. And this cave here that's behind my base is the only one that I've emptied so far. Yeah, and I've just started mining the other cave that's down here, and I'm already halfway to having T4 from the contents of like 1 and a bit caves. There are certain areas where the large caves are clustered quite close together, where you really have to have an unlucky map generation to not be able to get enough materials together. It's always there. You might have to go a little further afield and go to more caves on one session than the other, but you can always make it. Come on, where are you guys? Let's get this out of the way. Oh god. What's that? Still not going through the trouble of walking. Yeah, copper's become slightly more problematic to find since they did the gold balancing, but I still don't have that much of an issue with it. Like I can't identify with that problem because I've only ever had issue with not having enough copper for what I wanted to do once. But even that wasn't because there physically wasn't enough on the map. It was because, one, I needed copper only for the extra things that I personally wanted to make, and it wasn't needed for the mission objective. And the caves that I had available to me were a little further away than I would like to choose to go and mine. But otherwise, it was there. It was either that I was just lazy or I didn't really need to go and do it. If you're going far to mine, you most definitely want to take, depending on what level of thing that you're mining, you want to take at least a stone furnace with you, because you can halve the weight. Yeah, one stack of ore, it stacks to 50 and it weighs 14 kilos. Yeah, that's 25 ingots in one stack, and one stack of ingots weighs 5 kilos. And that stacks to 20. Yeah, so you're basically, instead of carrying 14.1 kilos, you're only carrying 7 something. Yeah? So you always, if you're going to go long distance to mine stuff, take a furnace with you and smelt it where you are, because you can carry more home. 2, if you've got a large cave system that you want to like really seriously empty, then set up a little sub base inside the cave so it, 1, doesn't take weather damage, and 2, you've got a place to put things like a place to cook food, a place to sleep, a place to smelt, and a place to craft and repair your tools. But that's having to do those kinds of things is expected in this game. Come on, there was a fourth one earlier. Where are you? Hello? Did I kill him and he not respawn this time around? Maybe. Well, let's get this, shall we? Titanium. Oh. Yeah, I need to go for gold. Gold, copper, and iron first. Silly. I mean, solo play, really the only thing that's going to be a significant improvement on like quality of life and how easy it is to do something or not is probably going to be the introduction of vehicles. But even that is probably going to require a T4. So it's more about where you choose to set up, like what mega caves are you near, and how much are you going to be able to get early on. But picking a good location near a known good set of caves is definitely absolutely needed. And that would be interesting, but like vehicles wise, as far as I heard, there's going to be a rover, an ATV, and a motorcycle. Then maybe they could put like the motorcycle in T3, and then just the higher, you know, the more complex ones put into T4. Because people are still going to go for, especially groups, they're still going to go for T4 and make a rover, because then more people can get in the vehicle at once, and you can carry more with you. But for a solo, if you had the possibility of making like a simple motorcycle in T3, it would go a long way in helping, a very, very, very long way. And when you think about it, if you can already make, yeah, I get it, I understand where you're coming from, but if you're looking to try and improve the basic quality of life for people from a slightly earlier stage, yeah, then really there needs to be some sort of vehicle in T3. It's just that the problem is that the vast number of people that still have issue. Oh yeah, great pneumonia too. The vast number of people that still have issue getting to T4 is a little weird. Either people are just complaining about the fact that they find it, air quotes, difficult because they have to go quite far, and they might be a little lazy to do that. Or on the flip side, if they really are coming up against certain barriers where they're not finding certain amounts of materials on the map, like truthfully, then they need to do a bit more to help balance it. But bottom line is there's still a lot of people having issue with it. I don't want to throw anything away. I'm going to make a campfire. And I should have waited until I got outside to use the antibiotics, because knowing my luck, get pneumonia again before leaving the cave. Hello, Mr. Wolf. Goodbye, Mr. Wolf. Let's make a campfire. We're going to come back here a number of times anyway. We'll make a campfire so we have somewhere to put. So we have somewhere to put things, and then we'll leave what's encumbering us here. Yeah, I don't really need the titanium right now. But then again, if I put the titanium in the furnace, at least it's getting done. Because it takes a long time to get done. Like, I honestly... I say everything from my own point of view. Because what I have experience with doing in the game, I can talk about sincerely and based off of something. You know, I'm not making certain assumptions just out of the air. And from my own experience, because I've only ever played, like, the previous time I tried Voyager yesterday is the only time I've ever played with anyone else. All the other times I've always played everything solo. And I've never had a mission I wasn't able to complete. Every mission I've started, I've completed. Solo. Every single one, every single time. So when people say, oh, I can't do something because of this or because of that, I can't identify with it. I can empathize, but I can't really identify with it because I've always been able to do all of it. I've been lucky enough to not even come across a bug that kept me from completing a mission, because I didn't do the new missions day one. Yeah, I went and did other older missions that I knew worked, and then when the bugs of the missions had been worked out, then I went and did that mission. But every mission I've started, I've completed. And I'm not some amazing gamer. You know, I'm no pro gamer, let's say. You know, it's not something I do for a living. This is also just fun for me. So if I can do it, then other people can do it. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, the speed with which we were able to take care of the two veins, I wouldn't have been able to do solo. I would have got it done, but it would have probably taken me at least twice the amount of time. No, exactly. Exactly. Once you have that down, I wouldn't go, well, yeah. I was about to say I wouldn't go as far as call it easy, but I probably would, to be honest. Because this is a hardcore mission, and now that I've been able to get my head around the basics of what I need to concentrate on as a solo hardcore, yeah, this is now easy for me. I'm just doing it so that I can 100% say that yes, I've done this solo. The previous one where I died right at the end, you could more or less say that I'd done it solo, because I had the generator, I had the electronics tool, I had the fuel needed to put in the machine, in the drop pod. I'd recovered the cargo, I'd repaired both of the modules. I just needed to physically go and do that thing. It's just on the way to go and do that thing, because I got distracted, I died. Because that was my bad. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. But basically, I had everything needed to step through the door. I was taken down stepping through the door. I'm redoing this now, purely for the fact that I can say that yes, I've 100% completed it solo. It's like the difference between, you know, a game having 65 achievements in Steam and you having 64. No, I'm going to go and work for that 65th, because then I can actually say that it's complete and I have a perfect game. Anything else is unacceptable to me. We might as well put that in here. Do you want to leave me alone? Give me those. Yeah, of course. I'm not fucking hanging around to kill every single one of you. Oh no, it's totally totally not worth it for certain things. It's absolutely not worth it for certain things. That's where the whole discussion is happening. The higher tiered machines, like, literally do nothing extra. Yeah, the ones that are available to us. The electric carpentry bench does exactly the same as the normal carpentry bench. It's just powered by electricity. Why would you want to have to power something by electricity when the normal one works fine without electricity? It doesn't make it makes things marginally faster, but it uses the same amount of materials. So basically, poof, ticked off the list, worthless. The same thing for the masonry bench. Same thing for the chemistry bench. The material processor is just a hyper expensive mortar and pestle, just so that we can make composite paste. They need to find a better balance of what these machines do for you for the cost of materials you put into it. It's just not there yet. Yeah, this whole part of T4 is broken. Yeah, it's just bullshit. And I 100% agree with that. I've been saying that since day one. It's just the vast majority of this you don't have to get into. For, well, not every mission. There's hardly any missions where you have to get into the serious parts of the T4. There's maybe like 3 missions where you really have to get into T4. Or 4. Gonna need more iron as well. Let's get the iron going. Let's make some more electronics while we're at it, seeing as we can't go anywhere at the moment. Oh, I know why I was making steel, you stupid idiot. Don't turn... I need steel. I need steel for the concrete. Yeah, now we can put what's left over into there. What else do I need? Is it resin? I need to get some more oxide for that. Oh, I need the fire whacker again. I always forget to get it out. I mean, even the crops, unless it depends on what mission you're doing, but I've only ever grown crops to complete the mission objective once, and even that I didn't really need to do. I could have physically collected everything. I was just tired of running around collecting things. That's why I started growing it. But otherwise, even the agricultural mission, you can collect everything that you need to complete the mission from the ground. You don't have to grow anything at all. And people that say otherwise, you can send them to me, because I've done it and I streamed most of that game. I collected 98% of what I needed off the ground. The remaining 2% I didn't collect because I was just getting bored of running around collecting things. It is possible. It just takes more time. And the reason that... No, that's exactly why I gave up and started growing it. Squash was the only thing I needed. I collected 80 out of the, what is it, 150 that you need, I think. Yeah, so I collected over half of what I needed, but I wanted to finish that mission and move on to something else, so I grew the remaining like 70 that I needed. So I put down, I think it was 18 crop plots, and I only had to plant twice, and I had enough, and then I left. But everything else I collected off of the ground. And the ironic thing is, I found enough squash on my way back to the drop pod that I would have been able to complete it without growing the squash. But yeah, you live and learn. Now I know where to find it. Watermelons was okay. Oh, the return when you're growing. Like how many you get when you grow watermelons? Is that what you mean? Yeah. That is a little silly. No, it's between 1 and 5. It's between 1 and 5 for everything else. Oh, you can actually get 6 with carrots. I didn't know that. Okay. I thought it was like between 1 and 5 for everything else. I mean, with the melons and the pumpkins, I can understand the rationale behind it, because if you think about how big a pumpkin is or how big a watermelon is, the size of your crop plot is fixed. So the return is set to reflect how much could feasibly grow in that space. And a carrot, because it's smaller than a squash, you can get more out of the same amount of space. Okay, storm's over. Did we empty our inventory? Let's get rid of... We don't really need that, do we? Make sure this is repaired. Can put that away. I'll get that out. Can put the extra berries in the fridge. Well, I think the grow cycle is also a little different between plants. If I remember correctly, that when I was growing squash, it took something like 30 minutes for the plant to fully mature. So if you do the math, I don't know what that would... If you... I got together 70 squash out of 18 crop plots. Yeah, let's call that... Yeah, touch wood. Let's call that 20 crop plots. So I got, and I only had to grow 2 cycles. Yeah, so with 40, yeah, because you need to use 1 to plant it. So with 40 squash, I was able to turn it into 70. So you've got, you know, a multiplier of not even a half on average. Which, depending on the depending on the plant, is a little excessive. Like, it's excessively low. They should definitely improve it for carrots. They should definitely improve it for squash and pumpkin. Watermelon, because I mean, if you look at the size of an average pumpkin or squash, you could imagine more of those being able to fit in a crop plot. Watermelon are fairly big. Maybe they could push that to like 4 maximum instead of 3. And on the other hand, for the things that you grow for beverages, like cocoa and coffee and all that kind of stuff, they should most definitely reduce the amount needed to actually make the beverage, because that's excessively high. Like needing 50 cocoa or 50 coffee to make one drink that when you've made it you get to drink once. That's way too much. Okay. Well, I should probably make a bedroll as well, seeing as I've got so much extra leather and fur and everything else. And then I won't mind, because like at times like this, I'd normally say, "Ah, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I won't go because it'll be dark soon, and I don't want to come back in the dark." And then I've basically just wasted half a day doing odd jobs and chores around the house here. But if I take a bedroll, then I'll leave, and then if I do happen to finish at night, then I'll just sleep there, and I can come back in the morning. Is that? That's just a chamois. Okay. We need to eat though. And the only superfoods that I eat regularly is pumpkin bread, jam, and pickled carrots. And because I go foraging in a fairly wide area, I've never had to grow anything to make sure I have a good supply of those foods. More often than not, I'll have like the kitchen bench will be full of like stacks and stacks of pumpkin bread because I find so many pumpkin. And I don't want to have, honestly, I don't want to have too many different types of kitchen utensils. Yeah, the potbelly stove makes certain things, and then the cooking station makes other things. But then the kitchen bench and the biofuel stove are a tier higher. Why the hell do those not contain the recipes for the things lower below it? I don't want to have 4 different things to make food. Especially if you're a little limited on space. I don't want to have an entire floor dedicated to being a kitchen just because the recipes are split between different benches. It's logical for the next tier of station to in cooking at least, yeah, the next tier of station to contain the recipes of the previous tier. Did we get everything? It's just that coal. We got everything up until that point. Okay. Let's use that talent point, shall we? What's that? Movement speed. Yeah, we definitely want more movement speed. Nothing there. There's some platinum there. We're going to want that. After we've taken care of you. Oops. Oh, I don't do that simply because I don't want to have to keep gathering such a varied variety of ingredients. I want to keep it as slim as possible. Not to mention, my favourite biome is the Riverlands, and the main ingredient for the best food, which is corn, isn't available in the Riverlands. I tend to stick to things that I know I can make almost everywhere. Yeah. It might be a bit of a bug that there's no corn in the Riverlands, but to be honest, I think it's quite interesting, and it forces you to adapt and use other things depending on what biome you're in. You don't really want to have everything available to you everywhere. You want to have a little bit of variety and be able to adapt to where you are. I mean, if it were the case that you should be able to do just about everything everywhere, then with that reasoning, you should have a lot more things available to you in the Arctic and in the desert. Oh, so you've only been in this like bottom section of the map. Okay. Well, you'll find the Riverlands interesting then, because there's even fewer caves, and there's like ×2 the amount of bears, and the lowest level bear you'll come across is about level 70. They average somewhere around level 90, and they're everywhere. And there's no corn. But Riverlands is by far my favourite biome. Gold. That's 1 from this cave so far. I'm hoping there's going to be at least another 2. I usually go in and kill everything and check out what's here, but this time I thought I'd let it be a little potluck. We'll see what we have in the cave as we go along. We're nearly full anyway, and we don't have pneumonia yet, so it would be a good time to leave. And it's only 5 PM, so we can even make it home. Oh! We can even make it home before night time. I don't really need that. We'll eat that. I'll leave that here because I have to put something in there to cook with anyway. What else can I leave here? Oh, the stupid torches. They weigh like half a kilo each and I've got a stupid amount of them. There we go. I've been practicing that one. The jump shot. Oh, I did get pneumonia. Ah, me bollocks. Never mind. Oh, I zoomed out quite a lot. I want to zoom back in a bit. There we go. Living here was definitely the calmer choice instead of living up in L10. I haven't seen a single bear. With the tonic, antibiotic tonic, the paste, where is it? The paste in tier 1 halves the amount of time. The tonic in tier 2 removes it, and if you use the tonic in tier 3 to make the pills, that prevents it. So if you take the pill, the cave effect that you normally get, you won't get it at all. And while the pills buff is on, you can't get pneumonia. So when I get to that level, I always make the pills because then you don't lose any stamina and you definitely won't get pneumonia. And you basically get like 10 minutes on the pill, so you can go in, do all of your mining, come out and not have any problem whatsoever. Like the medicinal stuff, they've actually got pretty well balanced. Like whoever did the medicinal stuff should be put on the fucking technological stuff, and I'm gonna crash. Oh, it was just a big lag spike. Whoever did the medicinal should be put in charge of the technology, because I very much doubt it was the same person. The medicinals are actually balanced and work. No, there's a different one for each thing. The anti-poison tonic is for poison. The antibiotic is for pneumonia. The blood thinning is... I've never used that because I never had to. But like if you get hit by a tree, yeah, if a tree falls on you, then you'll get like a concussion. Then you can get rid of the concussion with that. And the parasitic is if you eat raw food or when you drink straight from the lake or a river and you get dysentery, then that gets rid of those things. Like the anti-parasitic is basically like milk of magnesia. It just calms your stomach. Oh, I need to get more coal. I'm here trying to make steel, and I'm running low on coal. Well, that should be enough steel for now. 60, 10. That's 11 titanium. Do we have more? 12. Okay, so I've got enough to make a titanium pick once I get to T4, and I've got enough to repair the module from the ship. Got 15 steel, 38 steel. I think I'll get on. We'll go to bed because it's time anyway. We'll go out and get some more oxide so we can make more resin. But we'll get started on making the concrete base. I really want to move out of this fucking cave area because every time I come to the cement mixer, the cave worms spawn. Do you want to fuck off and leave my house alone, mate? Cunt. Okay, that's the rest of that steel. Can throw that in there. So we need oxide and stone. Have something to eat. Like, if I was only going for the objectives in this playthrough, which I think I might do just to get it out of the way, I could literally do the whole thing in one sitting. I've been playing for nearly 7 hours now, and I'm on the verge of T4. If I make a little push, and I don't even go and get polar bear armor, because even that's just like a personal preference, I want to get polar bear armor. If I just made a push, I could probably get this completed within about another 3 or 4 hours. So within a range of like 10 or 11 hours, I could complete this solo. That's with procrastination and making a concrete house, which I don't really need. I'm just making it because I don't want to have to run back to my house to repair it every time there's a storm. The blueprint points, yeah. The blueprint points you get all the way up to level 99. Just the talent points stop at level 40. Yeah, but I think long term, like the respec is going to be okay for, it's going to be okay for a lot of people, but long term, they're going to need to slim down the talent tree and give people more points, because otherwise you're going to be respecing or making new characters depending on what it is exactly you want to do all the time. Like my previous playthrough is a pretty good example. I didn't put any points in solo whatsoever because I was making it specifically to be a more multiplayer character. Yeah, but I didn't even max out the bows, but I got like 90% of the stuff there that's truly useful, that makes you a harder hitter and makes it easier to kill things. And I got these three things in the guns, but even those I didn't max them all out. Yeah, to get make ammo cheaper, make reloading faster, and to increase the damage slightly. Yeah, I got that, and more or less what I'm doing now here, with the only difference being I went down to get polar bear armor, and that's it. And that's my 48 points gone. Yeah, and then I haven't done anything whatsoever in construction. I haven't done anything anything whatsoever in the other things. It's just it's not enough. The trees are bloated, and you get too few points. Basically, the way I put that character together, he was a multiplayer bowman. Yeah, a heavy hitter with the bow, but a multiplayer bowman. That was it. Nothing else. Nothing else. And that's a little silly that you have to hyper-specify to that degree. Okay, well, we're going to go with the normal 4x3. Oh. Yeah. I still need to get to level 25 because that's where the concrete is unlocked. I keep forgetting about that. Okay, well, we'll just get back to mining then. Can turn that off. So we want, what was it, oxide and rock. We'll put that there. Oh, they're really useful. It's really useful to spec into weapons. And my original character is spec'd into mining, so I get better yield and I can carry more and all that kind of stuff. And I don't feel, now that I'm without it, because I've got a different character that doesn't have those traits, I don't feel that I'm missing out on anything without it. I'm still just as capable of doing the things I need to get done. Those kinds of things, I think they should all, either remove from the talent tree and make it a module, or both. Yeah, because if you think about it, if you think about what that talent is doing, it could totally logically be based on technology. So if you had a module that was more or less a sensor that was scanning for animals, and because you've got a helmet on anyway, you've got a visor in front of you, which is a perfect surface to project a HUD, yeah, then your module could be connected to that HUD, which then gives you the ability to highlight animals when the module senses them. That, to me, seems more realistic than adding a air quotes talent. But then again, they also need to start adding more module slots to the suits and give you more space on the dropship to be an effective player. Because 10 slots is like nothing. You take your armor, a weapon, some stuff for oxygen, some stuff for water, and then basically that's it. You're done. Oh, I believe so. I totally believe so. They didn't put anywhere near enough thought into that to have for that to be a properly finalized deal. Damn storms. I so want out of this wood shack. I built it in a good place, so the only thing I have to repair is the front two pieces whenever there's a storm, but it still gets annoying after a while. But some of them are totally just in there as like to artificially bloat the tree. Because like, for what reason would you want to, like, given how much meat and food in general that you can collect in this game, yeah, I always end up with at least one fridge completely packed full of food, and I'm basically throwing food away because I have so much. Why in the hell would you want the talent to be able to eat spoiled food, spoiled meat? Why? When its food is everywhere. Yeah, you literally don't even have to have a weapon. If you've got a pick, an axe, yeah, probably even a torch on you, you can beat something to death, and you'll be able to pick up enough things from the ground, like sticks and stones, to make at least a stone knife to skin it, to be able to get meat. I'm not familiar with that terminology, what you mean by that. Now, that's not the one I mean. That can be useful, but it's also not really necessary. I mean the one where you get the ability to eat spoiled food. It just seems like a complete waste of talent point, because food is so abundant. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Now, that's exactly what people are doing already, especially given that there's an app where you can do character building to test things out. But that min-maxing is hyper focused, and I think it's too focused. You really don't get the best of both worlds in any degree. You have to be like seriously focused in one certain place. You can't min max to a certain degree across the board and still have it actually be worth something. Like, if you don't max out certain talents, that 2 or 3% extra that it gives you with one talent point on it isn't enough to make any discernible difference where it has any significance on the gameplay. It gives you like like an extremely marginal thing. Yeah, but see, the thing is, given given in exploration and hunting, the things like getting extra health and extra stamina, and then having to use talent points to unlock things like the ability to make certain types of armor, that kind of thing shouldn't have to be the case. They should seriously streamline what's here and give you more points because at the moment what I'm working towards, what I'm gonna have is I'm not even gonna have all of this tree because some of the things are just useless. Yeah, like the wounding shot. Once you have hindering shot and pinning shot, wounding shot is completely useless. Homing instinct basically just makes it so that you have kill cam turned on whether you want it or not. The reduced bow durability is nice, but unless you max that out, you're not going to notice that 10% in the grand scheme of things. When if you go to the Arctic, for example, with a compound bow, whether you have that 10% wear rate or not, you're still going to break it by the time you get home. The crafted bows, it increases the durability. Yeah, it's not significant enough to make a massive difference. Yeah, I'm not even going to max this out, and I'm only going to be able to be okay. Yeah, like literally just touching on one other thing. It's just not enough. Like being able to make sticks from wood, I have to use 2 talent. Well, actually, I have to use 5 talent points to be able to do that. Yeah, because this wood breakdown is locked behind this rank. So I have to get other things to a certain level to rank up to be able to get that, just so I can turn wood into sticks. Yeah, so I now have the talent of taking a log and whittling at it with my knife or my axe. What's that? That's bullshit. That's stupid. That should be right at the top. 1 talent point. Poof, move on. Not 5. And the same thing with the leather into rope. That should be at the top of a tree somewhere. Not that I have to use 4 points to get it. Just the way that certain things are arranged is asinine, and and I know why they've done it that way. They've done it that way because they want to force you to use those points, so you have to make those decisions. Yeah, but they've arranged it in such a way that it just completely destroys your ability to be balanced anywhere else. On really insignificant things that every survivalist will be able to do in a real world situation. Doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to take a knife and whittle away at a piece of wood to make sticks. I'm getting frame drops and lag spikes again. But I have been going for 7 hours. It'd probably be a good idea to restart the computer soon. They've got certain talents in to increase the durability of things and to decrease the wear. It's just those talents are hidden halfway down a talent tree, where if you want to get to them, you have to use a significant portion of your talent points for it to start applying in a good way. It's just stupid. Where's the... There's the campfire. Let's grab our torches. Put the meat in there. I don't need that. I I won't need that or that. We can turn that on. Yeah, but think things like that. Things like that make it a little too uneven, because you could get super lucky and play a mission and get a talent point, and then right after be lucky enough to have chosen the right mission and land on one and get another talent point, which would be unlikely, yeah, but it's possible. So that it's no longer about skill, it's about luck. And when you're talking about a talent point, which is something that is supposed to unlock something that you can learn, yeah, it should be based more around the amount of time that you put in and the level of skill that you have at something. It's the minute you start to add randomizing to it, it's just about luck, and one person could get super lucky and get a bunch really quickly, and another person could play if they want to just play, you know, a handful of mission types. They might go playing 10 missions and only ever get one talent point, when someone else that plays the board of missions and plays a little bit of this and a little bit of that and then goes on to something else, yeah, they might get super lucky and get a whole bunch pretty quickly. The ability to get talent points shouldn't be randomized to luck in that way, in my opinion. That's why I keep coming back to the point about not having a talent point cap, like completely removing the talent point cap, and then having it so you get to, let's say, like about 50 points by the time you reach level 40, and then you stop getting them, and then you start getting them again from level 100 onwards, but you only get 1 point every 5 levels, and then each level you go up, the amount of XP you need to get to that level would start to exponentially increase. So like the difference between level 98 and 99 is something about 250,000 XP. Yeah, which isn't difficult to get. I mean, I've been millions of XP over cap a bunch of times. Yeah, but let's say the difference between level 100 and 101 could be 1,000,000 XP. And then the difference between 101 and 102 could be 1.5 million. And then it could start to slowly exponentially increase like that, and then you only get 1 talent point every 5 levels. That would mean that theoretically, eventually, you could get everything, but it would be massively difficult, because you'd have to put in the time and you'd have to make sure you don't die. Because can you imagine if you're like level 125 or 124, sorry, and you're a little bit of XP away from leveling up, and you need like 6 million XP to get to the next level, dying and losing that 6 million XP would be a serious problem. So then people would go about things a very different way. Your playstyle would be different, and you wouldn't take so many risks. But then you've actually got something to work towards that you'll feel a sense of achievement after having reached. What have we got in here? Oh, we've got exotics. We've got exotics in the cave. Looky, 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 there's exotics. What have we got here? We've got some iron, we've got some lovely platinum. Just stay there, don't set me on fire. I found the exotics node the last time I played this as well. It wasn't in this cave last time. There should be one more worm in here somewhere. I got stuck in one of those stupid invisible boxes. I couldn't jump. I was trying to move away from that torch, but I couldn't jump. See, look, watch. I'll stand there. I'm not going to get stuck now, am I? Oh, look, look. Yeah, I'm pushing forwards. Yeah, and I can't move anywhere. And when I go to jump, it like, pushes me out. The number of instances they have that in different caves is just stupid. Yeah, and then they honestly dare to put out in a change note that they've changed. That what was it? I don't want to go and look for it, but like paraphrasing, it was that we've worked on the collision boxes for a number of for the terrain in a number of caves to improve mining or something. Yeah, well, considering that all the ones that are a serious threat to the way that you can move around the cave are still there, they haven't done an particularly good job at it. Yeah, there are at least 3 more that in this one cave that I could show you that I know still exist. This one cave. Yeah, and this is one type of cave out of like 6 or 7 standard cave types that they have. Because all they did was make a standard cave type and copy-paste it around the map. What have we got here? More copper. More titanium, more titanium. It was similar last time. I was able to find titanium everywhere, but platinum was like rare. I was actually surprised I was able to get as much platinum together this quickly to make a platinum pick. And mind you, I'm in a different area of the map this time. I was further to the north before. Get out. Oops, I ate that one by mistake. That's a bit of a waste. Well, we've definitely got to come back because we've still got iron and copper, and there's this wonderful... Oh, there's platinum too. There's this wonderful exotics vein here. Or vein, exotics deposit. Node, whatever we want to call it. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see, honestly. I don't, and why I originally didn't want to make multiple characters. Yeah, if I put the effort into cultivating one character, yeah, and like playing with that guy, trying to maximize the amount of XP I get, making sure I don't die, so I don't lose progress on a certain level. I don't mind if it took me like 2 years to get the guy to a serious level after possibly even tens of thousands of gameplay hours to be at a seriously, master of a lot of trades level. I wouldn't mind. It would give me something to work towards long term and why I should cultivate one particular character over the other. Otherwise, it's just like they're throwaway characters, then I don't really care about the guy anymore. I'm like, oh, I want to go and do this mission, so I'll make a new one and spec into that. Or, I'm going to go and do that mission now, so it'll be better if I had those things. I'll make a new one and go and spec into that. It really doesn't matter at the moment. It has little consequence. But if I'm going to play a game long term, then I want to feel that the continued effort that I'm putting into it has got some kind of payoff, short of going through the motions over and over again. Yeah, I have a bank balance of $100,000 and 500,000 exotics, and I own everything in the workshop. Yay! Who cares? After a certain point in time, you're not gonna really care about what's in the workshop. They have to think about it long term as to what's going to motivate the person to come back and carry on playing on multiple different levels. And sure, there's going to be a bunch of people that don't really care about the same kind of things that I might care about or other people care about, but they need to try and keep the game as multifaceted as possible to offer us as wide a gameplay experience as they can possibly offer to keep the largest number of people motivated and playing the game as possible. I mean, isn't that the main goal? To player retention. No. Well, I can't say that because I haven't played enough. I haven't played enough of the things that are available out on the market. I'm really behind in that sense. Like, a lot of people have been likening it to things like Ark and 7 Days, and I haven't played either of those, so I can't really talk to that. From what I've experienced so far, it stands out, but I haven't really experienced all that much, so I can't, it's not worth a lot. Well, let's use that, because it's going to wear off. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. I just used it and then you reapply it on me. You cunt. That's the only one I had, yeah. Fucking great. And there are more and more games that start coming up in certain conversations. But I'm kind of kicking myself that I didn't get back into this sooner. And I've said it a bunch of times. I really had a lot of fun playing Minecraft for as long as I did, but more and more so now. Yeah, as more things start to crop up, of like, this is a good game, that is a good game, and these are all things that came out while I was just sitting there playing that one same thing over and over again. I am slowly but surely getting to the point where I can say I'm regretting having played so much Minecraft. Because in the past, like 20 years ago, I wasn't like a one hit wonder. Yeah, I played a varied number of games, especially when I still had the console when I was on the PS2. I went through games like crazy. I played a whole bunch of different games. Yeah, in all different genres. But I don't know whether certain genres of games just started to change in such a way that they no longer interested me, or they seemed to hyper specify to a degree where the casual gamer couldn't necessarily get even a decent level of enjoyment out of it, or I don't know what really changed. Something changed around that time, and I guess I didn't even really at that time I didn't even really care about being hyper focused on Minecraft or not. Oh, I've said it a bunch of times. Like, Icarus is an amazing platform. They could turn this into the kind of game that encompasses multiple different gameplay styles and even genres. Because, I mean, can you imagine if eventually it got to the point where you could actually physically play on the space station, or even have a spaceship to be able to fly to another planet and orbit that planet and go down and mine what that has to offer, all within the same kind of framework that's around Icarus. You know, down the line. I'm not saying yeah, this is like years away. But if they worked off of this as a platform, you've got proper survivalism, you've got building in an open world, you've got the possibility. Well, okay, however limited it is at the moment, you've got the possibility of like sandbox building as well as mission-based things. Yeah, and if you start to add being able to go off planet, you've got a massive array of different things that they could bundle up all in one little package. No, definitely. That's what I've been saying for a while. It's like it could be so many things eventually, and be very good at all of those things under this umbrella. They just need to put a hell of a lot more work in what's there at the moment. I mean, from what I've seen, after having a little bit of a cursory look at Star Citizen, I think Star Citizen has been sitting in alpha as long as it has because it's suffering from that the game devs want it to be everything all at once, and they'll do a lot of work on one certain thing for a while and get it to a point that they're more or less happy with it, and then start to introduce other little things. Like, Star Citizen is probably more closer to being what I'd love to see Icarus become. What, for now? For now it should, yeah. For now it should. But like I said, that's why I keep calling it a platform. They've got a great platform to be able to start integrating other things into it down the line. At the moment, you're absolutely right. With what they've got, with the ideas and the lore and what they're working on, make this work properly. But then it's a great platform to be able to launch other things on the back of. Yeah, but if you look at it at a business standpoint, I can understand where you're coming from. If you look at it at a business standpoint, you're never going to be able to get it to be best at everything, because it's only going to end up being decent at everything if you want to do everything really quickly. Yeah, you need to have something more or less polished to a point where you can say you're happy with it, and the only thing you really need to do is maybe bring out some DLC down the line just to add extra stuff to it so people don't get bored. And then you keep the number of devs on that are needed to keep it stable, and then you put your efforts into the next thing and integrate it into it. I'm by no means saying that this should be something that's like 2 or 3 months or like 6 months down the line. No, I'm saying that if they continue to work with what they have here, then I mean look at WoW, look at World of Warcraft, how that evolved over time. Yeah, that spanned like what, 3 decades, nearly. If you look at it, it was a good platform, and they just had to keep the content coming and make sure it worked. Yeah, and it was a massive cash cow for them. Icarus could become the same kind of thing, but just in first person. I need some more antibiotics. I don't really need as much food as I'm taking with me. Like 1 stack is just fine. I've got more in the cave. Yeah. It's exactly what they're working on. It's exactly what they have in mind. You just got to wait for it to wait to see it all unfold. Oh, I need the resin, don't I? Yeah, okay. See, I've already got enough. Except for I need a little bit more copper, but I've more or less got enough stuff to get to T4 now already. And I'll be able to make a hunting rifle and probably a platinum. Be able to make a platinum axe. I just need to get the fuck out of this goddamn wooden shack. They need to get more writers on board to do that, because you can't add real depth to a game without expanding on the lore. And they've done what they have up until this point with a very, very minimal amount of intentional lore. What they brought about so they could logically base a minimum amount of the gameplay off of it and create enough hype with the live action trailers that they needed to get the momentum that they have. But past that, they haven't put any real thought into lore. I know that from the inside. They more or less, like the higher ups more or less don't care about what the lore is. be back in a moment. I have to get myself a drink of water. Okay, the storm's over. Now we can repair. And turn. Oh, that's out of wood again. Let's chuck some wood in there. Sleep. Yeah. Okay. So I've got enough of the materials. I really need more rock and more oxide. Well, law in general, which it doesn't have. But it has a seriously minimal amount. Yeah. What do we know about Icarus? Let's just start with, like, let's say the corporations. There's the UDA, there's Sinatai, and there's another one that I can't remember the name of. Yeah, and they're mega corporations that are funding what's going on here because it's obviously worth it for them after a terraforming project has gone bad. Because of, as it turns out, there are exotics on the planet that interacted with what they were using to do the terraforming, and it turned out the way it turned out. Yeah, and if you look at the why behind some of the animals, yeah, if the terraforming had worked, they needed the animals that they have here as food and resources and whatever. So you've got a reasoning behind why they're there, yeah, and then you've got the possibility of animals mutating from the exotics, and you've also got the possibility of native animals. Yeah, these are all things that we supposedly know about to a certain degree from what's been hinted at and what's been shown in trailers. And outside of that, there's the two live action trailers that go into more detail with what the UDA did, but we know next to nothing about Sinatai, and we know basically nothing about the third one, and they've only given us enough information to loosely base the gameplay around. That's what I mean. They've given no serious deep thought to the lore long term whatsoever. They've got just enough to base the gameplay around so that it doesn't look like it's just been randomly thrown there. Outside of that, they haven't given any thought to it whatsoever. Whenever someone asks that question to a dev that has some time in either the Lore Conspiracies or the How to Icarus channel, they don't have answers because they don't know, because they haven't gone that far. Do you want to leave me alone so I can use my fucking cement mixer, please? Thank you. Well, supposedly there was no one else on the planet to begin with. It's exactly the reason why they chose the planet. They wanted to turn it into a second Earth because Earth was becoming overpopulated and its resources were stretched, and they wanted to turn this into a second Earth. So they were going to terraform it to the point where it would be habitable by humans. It was just the interaction of the exotics with the chemicals and other things that they were using in the terraforming process that made it go wrong, which now makes it uninhabitable. Well, it makes it uninhabitable to humans without life support. Like the fact that the animals are running around is purely down to genetic engineering to modify them to be able to breathe the atmosphere. Well, it's a moon of a moon of the gas giant, yeah. But the thing is, if you run around, yeah, and you jump, the way that you almost seem to like bouncily jump would imply that it has lower gravity than Earth. But if you were this close to a gas giant, one, tidal forces would be massive, and two, gravity would be very different. Yeah, the tides on Earth are basically more or less come about because of the interaction between the Earth and the Moon's gravity. So imagine that and extrapolate it on a massive scale. When you've got something that's basically the size of like Saturn and you're a moon of that, then the interactions between those two planets, the gravitational forces, you'd see tidal effects that we don't see in game, and they'd be catastrophic. On coastal areas, at least. Inland, you know, you'd be able to get far enough inland, supposedly, after a certain point where it wouldn't be a problem anymore, but on the coasts, the tidal effects would be catastrophic. But we don't feel, they don't have any tidal effects simulated. Where was I? Rock and oxide. Yeah, I've thought about that myself. Because Soul himself talks about the us being in the terror zone, which could, you know, they might have started the terraforming in a certain area. It wasn't on like a planetary scale. It might have been done in a certain area, and then when they realized things were going wrong, they stopped. And this is the only area of the planet that's actually safe to this degree. And I'm hoping that's the case. And then what they're going to introduce with the DLCs is that we're going to start to go outside of this area, where we're going to have different storm effects, and we're going to have different animals, and we're going to have to take different environmental conditions into account. Doki, stone over there. I remember in particular when you do the mission where you have to build over the mountain, where we go from this side of the desert area and we have to build over the mountain to get into the Riverlands. That's one mission in particular where Soul talks about moving further into the terror zone, making reference to it as though it's like just a small portion of the planet that's inhabitable by humans to this level, which would lead you to believe that there could be other areas of the planet that are more or less in the original state the planet was in that we haven't been to yet. Okay. I keep forgetting about this stupid fucking level 25. I keep coming back to the fucking shack thinking, okay, I've got enough stone now, I can make concrete, and I keep forgetting I still need to go up 2 levels. I'm just gonna grab, at least I've got fur now. Let's grab a bit of extra food so we can heal up if we take damage. We've got bandages, we've got suture kits. We've got the basics for making more. We'll grab some more sticks. We'll grab a bit more fibre. Yeah, let's go to the Arctic area and kill some wolves again. Yeah, that way we might actually level up a little quicker. I need to get level 25 so I can actually get moving. I'm not gonna build a fabricator in a wooden shack just for a fucking lightning storm to come along and burn the whole thing down. I want to get into a concrete house, and I don't have to worry about the storms anymore. Or, alternatively, we could go a little bit further that way and start killing bears as well. I haven't seen a single bear since I've landed. Oh, one thing I do want to do though, take that out. So we don't cool ourselves unnecessarily in the Arctic. Yeah, we're starting to get a lot of stupid lag spikes. It's really not liking the fact that I've been playing for 8 hours straight. Wonderful. Snowstorm starting. I'm going to go look for bears then. That snowstorm's going to take a little while to go past us at any rate, so we'll go bear hunting. Is that a wolf? No, it's a large deer. Yep. We should, in theory, start to see bears past this point. At least the last time I was in this area, this was more or less the cut-off. I haven't heard any buffalo yet either. Usually where there's buffalo, there's bear. should have repaired the bow before leaving as well. Never mind. Where's all the bear? If I've come this far, I want to kill at least one. There's buffalo at least. I just heard a buffalo. There's a wolf. Yeah, there he is. He chose to sat down at just the right time. We're basically at the lake. Bloody hell, we came far. Well, look, in for a penny, in for a pound. If we've come this far, we'll go a little further. There definitely should be bear over there. This is where the agricultural mission takes place. That's where I built my base on the agricultural mission. The drop pod drops over here. There's always bear around here. Yep, there he is. Over here, mate. Give me your 3,000 XPs. Just hope it's at least a higher level one. It's probably going to be a little baby bear. Where the fuck did you go? Oh, there you are. Over here, mate. This way. I fucked that one up. At last, some fun. Enchant a pair of underwear. Sounds very useful. And what will said magical underwear do? Will it at least keep you extra warm and toasty in the cold? Oh, come on. What the fuck is wrong with me that I can't hit a fucking wolf? Oh, okay. A bigger insult than using someone's soul to enchant underwear. I'm not familiar with the game at all, so I wouldn't know. Well, it was definitely worth coming here. Another handful of bears and we'll be at level 25. Oh, okay. Hello, Mr. Bear. I'm so happy to see you. So I knew I'd miss bears. I set up my base in a place where there's basically no bears, but I basically miss them now. 'Cause it's fun to joust them from time to time. Where did you go? There you are. We'll do the bear circle. You go around like this and come back. And you should usually be able to come across at least like 4 or 5 bears. Yeah, I know. I assumed that bit, yeah. Storm. What time is it? Quarter to 2. I don't like doing this, but let's do this. We'll make ourselves a campfire. We'll get inside said rock. Yeah, it's not deep enough inside the rock. I thought as much. Let's see if we can place it down the opposite way around. There we go. That should be sheltered enough. Lovely. That's probably about as disrespectful as it gets. I don't know. I don't know what's in the game. Like whether there's like different pairs of the different types of underwear. Whether there's like socks and long johns and all that kind of stuff. You could just get like a set of enchanted, complete undergarments. Oh, okay. I think that's a buffalo over there. Vanilla underwear. Let's start going down this way because I want to get pinning shot as well. Yeah, I'll hold on to these points until I unlock this because I want a lot of things in concrete. I want to make sure I have enough points. Did you play any Surviving Mars recently? I was before Icarus dropped. Instead of buying Satisfactory, I was thinking of playing some more of that. Never did manage to get back to it. No. Did you get the Above and Below DLC? Oh, okay. It seemed interesting. I started playing around with it, but it seemed like more trouble than it's worth. That's definitely something that well, when I played with it, it definitely didn't seem to be anything like super special. They could have definitely given it a bit of polish before releasing it. But I mean, more or less, that was exactly the kind of thing that we were talking about that would be nice that if they added to the game. And then they add it and it's a bit of a letdown. Like some of the stuff that's there, just the way that it's been implemented, it's a little clunky. Okay. Yeah, I got it because I was playing it at the time, and I thought, why not? It seemed interesting, and yeah, it was brand new, so there was basically no info about it. But it was a little bit of a letdown. I haven't played with it since. Whether they'd made many improvements or changes to it, I was just wondering. Okay, well it's 4 p.m. It's going to take us a while to get home. I don't like being out at night, so we'll make a torch. But we'll basically make our way home from here. And if we're lucky, we'll see a couple more bear. There's a buffalo over there. He's a fairly decent chunk of XP. Where did you go? I saw you through the trees just a minute ago. There he is. I can't hit the broadside of a fucking barn with the bow today. Come here, Mr. Bear. Over here, mate. That storm definitely put a damper on our XP gathering. Had to just sit in a rock while it passed. I'd be much closer to level 25 if I'd been able to spend more time farming. Oh. Oh, bollocks. I want to get a little further away from the bear zone before night hits. I mean, wolves I don't mind, because we can just hit them in the face with a knife. even in the middle of the forest any time of the day, but I don't want to try and be kiting bears in the middle of the forest when I can't see what's around me. Oops, we need that. Dropped that by mistake. There we go. Right, it's too far. It's too far to go for too little reward. I'm just going to go into the Arctic next time. We'll go home, get some sleep, wake up, go to the Arctic. As long as there's no storm there, we'll be able to get way more XP quicker. Because wolves give you like 2,000 plus, and if you're lucky, you get a pack of wolves that's like 6-7 strong. Yeah, that's a shit ton of XP. Bears are really only good in like the northern area of this forest and the riverlands, where you can come across like 5 or 6 of them fairly quickly. No, I don't really need the fur either, do I? In all honesty, I don't really need the charcoal either. I need to make some more bread as well. It'd be nice if I could actually hit something today. Oh, bollocks. That was a really strong storm. I didn't expect to come back to this level of destruction. But it's a good thing we did come back when we did. The whole time I've been here, I haven't seen anything outside of the front 2 panels take any damage whatsoever, and now basically the whole house has got some destruction on it. Go figure. We didn't lose anything, thankfully. Anvil's still there? Yeah, Anvil's still there. Okay. Well, then it's definitely a good thing we came home. That's still there. Okay, good. We'll spam a little bit more rope for XP as well. And let's repair the bow. Don't really need to repair the pick, do I? I could repair the knife. That needs it. And the hammer needs it. Grab the water. Okay, well we've got more than enough steel to get the concrete stuff done now. We're only a few ingots shy of being able to make the hunting rifle. Looks like we've got more than enough copper to get the what is it? It's we've got 77 divided by 3, 25. But yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? We're one copper ingot short of making exactly how much we need to make the bench. So we'll have to go and get a little bit more copper then. I'll take that with me again. Yeah, now we can sleep. I'll probably get enough XP to get to 25 just if I wait out all the crafting that I'm doing. Or is the crafting over? Looks like the crafting's nearly done. Let's top up the oxygen tank as well while we're here. to wait for the oxygen tank now. Okay, is that a lot? I'm not familiar with it. I've never played that game, mate. Yeah, that's one thing I never seem to do enough of. If there's no shortcut key to save, I inevitably end up more often than not forgetting to save. I remember, what is it, in the Fallouts, it was like F4 or something. I was pushing that button like a crazy person. F5, okay. I'd only ever do the manual saves at like bigger checkpoints. Otherwise, when I was just like roaming the area, I'd be pressing the quick save all the time. Walk down the street, F5. Turn the corner, F5. Go down the stairs, F5. It's like, oh, fuck off. There was a snowstorm the last time we came here. I just want to farm the wolves a little. I mean, look, they've done a good job with this. I get the majority of what we see and the quality of it is down to the fact that it's made in Unreal Engine. But I mean, look, you can, and the shadows aren't done very well because you've still got the shadow bug issue. But look, in the puddle on the ground, I can see the reflection of the mountain in front of us. Okay, so you start a new save file each time, and you just like delete or overwrite the previous ones when you get to a certain point. Yeah, but if 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 Unreal is an Epic Games thing, then why isn't this in the Epic Store? Why was this released through Steam instead of Epic? That's what I don't get. Is Steam that much bigger than Epic or something? I mean, I wouldn't know. I still don't have an Epic Games account. I've been meaning to get one and check it out because people tell me that it's really good to have because there's a bunch of games that are completely free from time to time. Like they'll have almost, but basically every week a different bunch of free games. Is bigger. Okay. Then I get it. You want to reach as many people as you possibly can. Okay, the storm's over. Let's take the water out of our slot so we don't cool ourselves. Now you see, we barely come into the Arctic and then we've already got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've already killed one. That's 5 wolves. That's 10,000 XP right there. Just waiting to be harvested. Every Thursday. Okay. I'll have to have a look at that. It's not like I need... It's not like I need many more games. Can't get through playing all the ones that I have. Oh, I can imagine. What, I missed out then? I should have made an account sooner. No, I've been meaning to for a while. But some people, when I was playing Rust, the guys I was playing with, I can't remember what game it was that I was talking to them about. I was like, oh, I was playing this and that, and it was like, oh yeah, I just got it at the Epic Store. It was what is it, on offer, and they were giving it away for free, and I was like, what? And every day, fucking hell, then I really missed out. There we go. Now we've got our pinning shot. And now we've got a storm in the forest. So we have to wait in the Arctic. Well, isn't that terrible? I have to stay in the Arctic and farm wolves. I have to. Otherwise I'll take damage in the forest. I believe that's a wolf right there. That's like the impossible shot. If I made that, that would be fucking unreal. I doubt the arrow can even go that far. Yeah, that's a wolf, because that dot was moving. Okay. I'm not familiar with any of those. Borderlands, I've heard of, and I know some of the characters, but I've never played it. But that's mainly through, what is it? I follow a couple of people that do cosplay and make like costumes and masks and stuff like that, and they did a lot of stuff on characters from Borderlands. That's basically the only reason I know it. Same with Mass Effect. Same guy who's made the weapons and armor from Mass Effect. I had that when had the EA Play subscription. I downloaded it and I tried it out, but the whole control system seemed a little strange to me. The way you could have like multiple, you can control multiple characters in like one game. It all seemed a little weird. I mean, it would take getting used to, but I was like, nah. I had other things to play, so I just went on with that. Couldn't be asked to get my head around a completely new way of controlling characters. Yeah, I've heard of that, but I'm not familiar with that either. Oops, I didn't mean to release that. Oh, it would be fucking nice if I could see where the arrow's landing. I have no idea like whether I'm under or overcompensating. He's walking towards us, so we're definitely overcompensating at this point. Okay. Well, I'll get myself an account, whatever happens. In case that... So I've at least got a chance of seeing what's up. Is this storm over yet? That was a very lucky rock to be standing by. No. No. I really like when I was playing Minecraft, it was Minecraft and related things. So like FTB, like Feed the Beast, and a little bit of Curse, and because the Technic Pack basically went over to Curse as its launcher, and maybe a handful of other like custom launchers. Outside of that, I wasn't aware of what was going on gaming wise, basically at all. I didn't care. I played Minecraft and modded Minecraft, and that was it. That's weird. I can imagine a game of that size being given away for free. Everyone jumped on it. That's crazy. You know, Fortnite's another one. I've seen it played, and my nephew played it for a while, but I've never played that either. And to be quite honest, I kind of have the feeling like I don't really care to try it. It seems like it was one of those flash in the pan things that got super hyped because a whole bunch of high profile streamers playing it, and then it just kind of like fizzled out. Nearly died there. That's why I keep so much meat on me. It would have been a different kettle of fish if those first 2 shots that I fired actually hit something. I really don't know what it is with me in the bow today. I can't fucking hit anything. And this was a small pack. This was just 4 wolves. When you go into the Arctic and you get like, if you're unlucky and you're at a bit of a crossroads and you've got 3 different packs of wolves and there's 7 of them, 7 or 8 in each pack, you look at and you piss them off and they aggro on you. You're looking at 20 wolves attacking you at one time. That's basically wave bye-bye. Put the water back in our slot now. Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving soon. I'm gonna go home and empty my inventory and get some stuff squared away, but I've been streaming for 8.5 hours straight now, so I'm going to take a bit of a break and order some food, and I'll be back later. But thanks for sticking around, having a bit of a conversation. I'll be back later if you're still here. Fucking lag spike got turned around. I need to get the fuck out of this wooden house. Thankfully now I can. That's weird. Sections of the house taking damage that haven't been taking damage previously when I was actually in the house. Whenever I leave and come back, there's more damaged than when I'm just standing here. XPs. Oh, it's a damn good thing I took that much meat with me. Otherwise, I would have been restarting the game again after nearly 9 hours invested. But I have to get that so that I can get the rounds for the rifle. And what else would I like? Well, I guess the platinum axe, because I've got enough platinum to make it. If we're going to call this home for any extended period of time, then I might as well get the dehumidifier. And then we'll leave 1 point in case we have anything that we missed. Well, I think while I take a little bit of a break, now that we're slowly but surely creeping up on the 9-hour mark of the stream, I'll have something to eat. But while I'm gone, I think I'll check out that. I'll get myself an Epic account and check out what's going on there. That's finally piqued my interest. Okay, we'll wait for it to save. And I'll basically call it there. When I come back, all we have to do is make all of the building bits that we need to build the new house, build it and move in. And then we're finally free of the fucking weather effects. Then we can actually get on with the mission. I'm close to getting a hunting rifle and unlocking the polar bear armor. Then we'll go and kill. Well, actually, I should probably do it the other way around, because if I'm going to the Arctic for polar bears, then I might as well go get the cargo and kill the polar bear, which is part of the mission objective. So I might as well go and activate the mission objectives. So it's house, mission objectives, and as soon as we have hunting rifle, it's kill the polar bear and get the cargo, and then we're basically at the end of the game again. Yeah, then all I have to do is not die, and I've completed the game in approximately 12 hours. And I've proved the point to myself that I can do this solo. Well, I knew I could do it solo. It was just unfortunate that I wasn't paying close enough attention the last go around. Just like now, when I got jumped by those wolves. It was just a lapse in fucking judgment and not paying attention. Could easily have been the end of the game. I've come up against wolves like that God knows how many times. I just wasn't paying enough attention at exactly what was going on. Okay, well, it's saved now. So I'm going to call it there, have something to eat, and I'll be back in a few hours to continue and hopefully close out this mission solo at last.